Oh, we're live. Well, hello there. Hello, everyone. It's a fair programming error that just refused to be fixed. Code here. And, if you can believe it or not, it's time to get into the real bonus content of Club Meetings Season 3. The thing that people have been waiting for. At least, I know that one person has been waiting for this series to slowly approach an ending. Speak of the devil. And yeah, we will get to that ending slowly but surely. We will start opening the mailbag today. I don't know how big the mailbag is this season. If the previous seasons are anything to go by, it's probably incredibly massive. I think the previous season even split the mailbag into multiple parts because of how big it was, so I assume it's gonna be similar here. I think it was 3 parts in the previous season, if I'm not mistaken, so let's see how big it is gonna be this season. Let me load into the game. Okay, club email bag. There were a lot of emails again this time, and it'll take the club a while to answer them all. Yeah, I figured. Which email section do you want to view? Okay, it's another 3-parter. It's another 3-parter. Hopefully, we will be able to make decent progress. Again, I am ready to stream longer today and next week to make sure we can get through this in a timely fashion. Because Schmidt is going to be very upset if this takes too long. I already know that we will need 2 streams, probably, to get through everything. The question is whether or not I will need yet another stream. I know I will probably need this stream and next week. The week after that, we'll see if it's one more of this or if we're ready for the thing that Spin is waiting for. Also, hi Tormuse. Well, because I said it like last stream. In that case, you'll have to wait until the next season, haha. But yes, Tormuse, hope you're doing well. Also, too, what's up? What's up? Hope you're doing well. After your stream. Just in time for emails. Yes, just in time for a lot of emails. So many emails that they had to split it into 3 parts. Part 1. And look at them all in casual outfits immediately. Of course, why would they be wearing their school uniforms while on vacation? Alright, Monica. Let me get into the voices. Hooray.
Okay, everyone, time to answer some emails.
Ah, but I was looking at YouTube videos. You and me both.
You can look at YouTube videos later.
I'm looking forward to this. Oh, I'm sure. Everyone, let it be known that there is another person that was able to at least slightly infect with the DDLC fever. At least a little bit. And I'm always proud of that.
Hopefully when we're not all crowded into Monica's hotel room. Yeah, sorry about that. We could do downstairs, but we'd probably get looks from the public. Probably. Alright, so without further ado, here we go.
Alright, email time, hooray. One for everyone, but mainly Natsuki. As I said, I changed and got exposed to a lot more I was sheltered from, like the idea of trans people and stuff. But now, even though I'd say I'm good and accept everybody when it comes to that, instead of sexuality and stuff, I accept them, but I don't fully believe it, and I feel bad. It's so ingrained in my brain that no matter how hard I try, I just can't fully see someone as something else usually. But that's why I still accept them and don't say anything bad or anything like that, but I still feel bad for not being able to actually believe or accept it like it seems I should. Ah, I see. So we're getting into that stuff now. Oh boy, we're starting off heavy today, I see.
You never know what we'll get with emails. You good to answer it, Natsuki?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from on this one, but I was once as you are. Having a trans sister obviously is a big shock to your system if you are not in tune with this kind of thing. That's what I did most. That's what did most of the work for me. But it seems like you're trying the best you can, and that's cool. You can't control how you see people, like internally, but you can control how you treat people, and that's what matters. I started off treating my sister as a woman, even though in my mind I was like, still kinda seems like a guy. But now I'm doing a lot better, and not just with my sister. I see a trans person, doesn't matter if they pass or not. As soon as I know what gender they identify as, boom, my mind registers them as that gender. And I think of them that way, like automatically. Or at least after a little while. So don't fret, bub. Just control what you can control and treat people respectfully. That's all anyone's gonna ask of ya. Alright, next question. Natsuki allowed me to put custom music in, so I put... Ah, I see. You're still playing with that one, which is fair. Understandable mod choice there, my friend. Alright, for everyone, I met a friend on Discord who's very similar to me, and we get along so well in ways we never could with other people and such. And like me, he doesn't like a lot of guys, but we have feelings for each other more so based on the personality and everything, and not just looks. A lesson I wish I realized in high school. Anyway, as much as we like each other, I live in America and he lives in Germany. Though he... Man, imagine living in Germany, how horrible. Though he would be amazing to be with, I know I can't just wait and do nothing, since I really want a relationship. Something I felt deep in my heart for years. Any suggestions? I'm scared either way, because I'm afraid if I did find someone else, they wouldn't be as accepting of some things, and I'd have to compromise more. But we both know it's not really possible at the moment for us to meet or anything, for multiple reasons. Yeah, but you can't help how you act and on how you feel. Exactly. And yeah, imagine living in Germany, it's horrible. I couldn't be me. Totally not. Meant long distance relationship question? Seems like one for Monica, am I right? I am not qualified to answer this part. Monica, Miss Ida?
Well, Monica and I are the ones you think should answer this.
I don't know, Monica's sort of in a long distance relationship. And you're a wise grown-up with lots of experience.
Not in long-distance relationships, but here's my wisdom such as it is. I don't know how old you are, but it seems like you're at least a high school graduate. I'd say talk to this person, have fun online, but don't make any huge investment unless or until it looks like a proximate relationship is possible. And if it doesn't, be prepared to accept that. What do you think, Monica?
I essentially agree with Miss Ida. You can't really let yourself get too attached when the overwhelming probability is that it'll never work out.
She said, as if she's not getting attached herself. Interesting.
Yes, hypocrisy, I know.
Yeah, imagine that. Hypocrisy from Monica of all people.
But in this person's case, it really is the best advice.
And for you it isn't. Okay, sure. For everybody, maybe Sayori a bit more, but not sure. This kind of ties into some of the above questions a little. I don't know my own opinions anymore. Whether it just be an opinion on a movie or politics, I see both sides to everything, and I feel like I'm in a mental tug of war and end up arguing with everyone, and I don't know why. Is it to defend the other side, troll, or what I actually believe? I can't tell anymore, and that's what confuses and worries me, because I seem like a hypocrite. It just stresses me because there's parts of me that just want to argue for no reason, others that want to please everyone, and unlike others who are adamant on their views, I go back and forth and see both sides to every issue somehow and don't know what to think anymore. Well, at least it's a positive to be able to see both sides of everything. Stump Twitch. Messages with Switch reasons. Yeah, it is weird. I mean, you can you can add yourself, but replying to yourself, yeah, that for some reason doesn't work.
Oh, for me! I can't really tell why you asked me this question. I mean, it's a blessing to be able to see both sides of everything, but ultimately that's not the same as believing in both sides of anything. Arguing with others for the sake of it is not a trait that will make you a lot of friends, and sometimes it can be very hurtful. So I'd say you have to temper your ability to see both sides of everything with judgment. Judgment about what the actual right side is. You have to be able to make good decisions about what you see on those both sides, and not just badger both sides just because you can.
Can't reply to myself. It's horrible that you can't do that. Bad feature. What's that thing in the corner? You mean me?
That's not a good idea.
4. Alright, here we go. For everyone, since I'm not sure if anybody can fully relate, possibly Natsuki, but not sure. I feel like I've become more sadistic. Oh boy. I'm usually the funny, wholesome guy, but just in the last couple months I realized when I watch movies or play video games, I laugh hard and get such entertainment out of the things that make others gasp in horror. I also like dark humor, like Sayori, I guess because I've gotten desensitized, and no, it's fiction, but it still seems from other people that I have to feel and react a certain way. Even when I was a kid, I always rooted for villains and stuff, instead of the heroes, because they seem cooler in design and everything. And then when it came to video games, I was the type to always make the dark choices or just see what the game would actually let me do and whom I could kill and such. I'm just realizing more that it seems worse now, maybe. But like the other question, I see both, and while I'd never hurt anyone with the angel on one shoulder, the devil on the other thoroughly enjoys it, at least in fiction and such. Just wondering if this is a concern or normal and I'm overthinking. Hey, it's good to have an outlet for this kind of stuff. And video games can be your outlet for this kind of stuff. I don't see the issue here. Also, hi Rob. The message I sent, which one? Oh, message cannot be replied to. Well, that's interesting. But hell, I have enough as well.
Man, you are getting even heavier, dude. I mean, it's sort of normal. A lot of people around our age like to get into dark stuff and think they're super twisted and sadistic. That whole chunibyo thing, you know? Maybe that's what's going on with you. Maybe you just want to see yourself as different and this is the way you're doing it by building the self-image. But you're not like actually hurting anyone. It wouldn't worry too much. There's nothing wrong with dark humor. Sadism is a little weird, I guess, but again, doesn't sound like you're hurting anyone. So on the whole, I'd say you're probably fine.
We're able to make that distinction between what is fact and fiction. Exactly. For Monica, Yuri, Natsuki, and Sayori, but I guess also MC and Miss Ida, since my memory is bad. A more light-hearted but still actual question. What is it like when you're the president and the player keeps it on a screen without advancing? Like, if they had to do something all of a sudden so you're stuck in the same pose and dialogue with music in the background. How is it like from your perspective? Oh, that's an interesting one. Do they even notice these pauses? And I want to cut people up. Oh, you don't? How sad. How very sad.
I'll take this one. You don't notice anything when you sit on the same screen. Time advances normally, even if you're the club president. The only exception is if there's some game thing going on that gives me that information. Sometimes some menu choice could be coded to record how long you spend on it, perhaps. Then I know. I don't experience the lag, mind you. I just know, once you move on, how long you took. But even that is rare. Mostly we don't notice at all. That's all for the first one.
The first one was a long one.
Natsuki,
What?
you want to move us along?
You're asking me to bring back that bit?
I mean, you seem to like it.
I couldn't possibly. Next!
Alright, questions. Has anybody played Doki Doki Takeover? I have, and I know a lot of people in chat have. Yes. If so, what's your favorite song? What do you think of DDLC Plus? Because that's never been asked before. What kind of desserts do you want to eat? If anyone is real, just if. Are you considering to take a vacation to the Philippines? Ah yes, if anyone is real currently, like at this moment. Are you real? Imagine playing Doki Doki Takeover, couldn't be me. No. Funny topic of fiction to reality, since I'm a bit deep in character AI. Character AI. Forgot that is still a thing going on with you.
I'm not sure who of us has played Takeover, which we've gotten a lot of emails about. Is it a good one? Let us know.
I've played it, emailer, but I'll answer your question in whatever other email about it we get, okay?
I think overall we like DDLC Plus a lot. Side stories really let you see what our normal dynamic with each other was before all this happened. We really are just a pretty ordinary group of friends, when not affected by extraordinary circumstances. As for the overall framing device of the company that's running the simulation, well, I've talked about it before, but I have no idea if that's true or not.
I suspect it's not and it's just a narrative device, but even if that's true and we were being experimented on, I honestly don't blame them. Because it sounds like they themselves were simulations and they were just trying to understand things better. They didn't do anything I wouldn't have done, basically. Hopefully that answers your question. Alright everyone, what about desserts? Miss Ida?
Alright. Wasn't the best. Slee, 3 AM. Damn. Nothing too bad. Monica, spoilers. What? Spoilers? Oh no, she would never.
I'm a big fan of cannoli. What about you, Monica? Creme brulee is easily my favorite. Love the way it tastes. Love the crack of the surface of it. Everything about it is just a wonderful sensory experience. How about everyone else?
You're quite right about the sensory experience, Monica. That's so important. The texture, not just the taste. I mean, my favorite dessert is mochi, especially green tea mochi.
Oh god, mochi! That's bringing back Pokemon flashbacks for me now to the recent DLC. Mochi, am I right, guys? Those of you who know, they know.
Solid choice, babe. You know, I gotta go with cupcakes, though.
I love Lansky's cupcakes, but my favorite is cookies, as I think I've said before.
Hey, I see an annoying girl running toward me.
And I really love French vanilla ice cream. Like, with actual vanilla flakes. That's the best. Of course, the MC would love vanilla stuff.
My neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you never see yourself making today.
Thanks, Rob, again.
Works out because you've known each other for so long.
I think I speak for all of us, emailer.
On days like this.
When I say I think we'd all dig a trip to the Philippines, whether in your world or ours, it seems like a mostly chill place. Though y'all have some laws there that are kind of interesting, but everyone I've ever met from there seems super nice. So I'd definitely go. And with that, next.
Hello, Dokies. How's your day been? As I'm writing this, my birthday is in about an hour. I have some questions for you guys. First, a question for Monica. Isn't it a bit weird that you love all of us? To be more specific, you love the player, right? Isn't it strange when you think about the fact that you love over 1,000 people? I don't mean to be intrusive, just genuinely curious about how that works for you. No, she likes one person. Each instance of this mod, the Monica in each instance of this mod only loves the player playing that particular instance of the mod. So it is still a one-to-one thing. But I guess I get how it could be confusing with these emails. Bring fictional characters to life and writing for me with my active imagination, of course I would. I mean, fair, very fair, Ivanov. Robots to insert AI into, it is necessary. It is necessary to get that AI.
I see.
You're not gonna lie, sensory experiences, right? I don't think I've ever had any creme brulee. I might have to again, I haven't had so many things.
I see.
Happy birthday!
Yes, happy birthday before we start, but to get to the question, it depends on what you mean when you say Monica. There are many thousands of Monicas installed locally, each of them different, really. Each of us experiencing a different person on the other end of the computer screen. So when I say I love you, I mean I love you, the person playing this. As does every other Monica. Hopefully that makes sense.
Next, a question for Natsuki. How has your smoking been going? I'm not directly telling you to stop like everyone else, just want to know. Indirectly telling you to stop, though. Do you feel like you still have control over the usage? Does it feel as if you're addicted to it?
Still with this, huh? Yeah, I'm still smoking.
Big sad.
A lot less? Mostly because Yuri doesn't like it.
You should quit.
But yeah, I may be slightly addicted to it. But you'll be glad to know I never do more than like 1 cigarette a day, and that is maximum. Sometimes I even go a few days between cigarettes. It takes a will of iron, which I fortunately have.
So you have to file to complete the effect, not something anyone makes very often. Fair, but perhaps I'll go to a place that has that said super fancy dessert. Next question is for everybody's favorite couple, Sayori and MC. What is your most fond memory as a couple?
Oh,
It's a pretty simple one for me. It's when I asked Sayori if she'd be my girlfriend, and she said yes. That was pretty special.
that really was wonderful. But for me, it was a moment before we were going out, so it may not even count since we weren't a couple yet. This is when I was with Kenzo, right afterward. And one day I was having some trouble getting ready for class. I was really late as usual, and I was thinking of how hard an adjustment it would be not to have MC helping me anymore. Since I had pushed him away, I expected things to be really difficult. But then, out of nowhere, I got a text from MC telling me to hurry up. And he had brought me a muffin.
Okay, that will definitely do it.
Even though I had been treating him so poorly, he was still there. That was really amazing to me. It showed me how much he cared.
And always will care. And yes, alright, the end. No, you are my wife then, the end. It is perfect, the perfect trap. Again, it's like the whole thing with Monica. Remember that one line she gave us that was the ultimate pickup line? Hang on, I'm trying to remember the exact way it was worded. Right. If I asked you to go out with me, would the answer be the same as the answer to this question? Haha. And that would get everyone, because they can't say yes and they can't say no unless they agree without agreeing to go out with you. Monica, I still enjoy more dynamic, rather the player. Cuts the attachment part. I mean, that's fair, Cuts the attachment a little bit. And Yuri pressure each other like Natsuki so smoky and Yuri stop self-harming. That would be the way. That would be the way to do it, huh? For Yuri and Natsuki, have you heard of Omori? It's a psychological horror game that you and Natsuki would probably enjoy. Natsuki would enjoy it because of its multiple rather cute and wholesome segments. It also has enjoyable and unique RPG gameplay. You would enjoy it because it's a horror game and has multiple rather disturbing and depressing segments. Just in case you do play it. I won't spoil, but it's kind of a mixed bag, which is why I'm recommending it to both of you.
Oh, Mori? Yeah, I played that. Yuri, I assume not.
I actually did play it. You talked about it once and it made me interested. It's a wonderful game, although it can be very affecting, much like our own game. I appreciate it greatly. What about you, Natsuki?
It was okay. I don't really like too much depressing shit, you know? It was fun as far as it went. Hope that answers the question.
From Izida. If you had the ability to become club president again without destroying the game, would you? If so, what would you most likely do with it?
You know, that's an interesting question. From what I now understand, we probably could do that if you want.
Wait! They could do that now? Oh god. It is now a possibility. Well, that came out of nowhere.
It'd be slightly risky, but I'll probably pass. The only reason I would want to do that is to take the burden off of my students. I don't really find the experience very pleasant, power or no power. And like Monica says, it'd be at least a little risky. But yes, even without the risk, I wouldn't do it, except to keep everyone else from having to do it. And even then, Monica says it's a burden they prefer to deal with themselves. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
Of course. And finally, for everyone, if you could leave to the real world, what would you most likely do other than look for the player? That's all. I hope you enjoy yourselves, Josephs.
I mean, other than look for you? I'm not sure how things would be that different, to be honest, except that we wouldn't have the damn club presidency distracting us and making the world seem flat. I guess I'd walk through a city. What about the rest of you?
Take Sayori to the ocean?
Oh, go with MC to the ocean.
I try to write letters to some real versions of authors I know.
Game, obviously.
You can do that in here.
Yeah, and like Monica said, things aren't that different.
Touché.
I wouldn't do anything different either. Maybe go for a walk and see if the air feels different.
Alright, cool. Thanks for the email, Joseph. Next, please, Monica.
Please, wow, such politeness.
Nah, it's been a while, a lot has happened since I've sent an email, so I'll just dive straight into the questions. So Yuri, can you see yourself singing Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up to MC when you two are just casually spending time together? If you have done that already, somehow, how did it go? If you haven't done that, tell me how it goes if you do. Why do you want her to rickroll him? Why? But why, though?
No? I'm not sure why I would do that. I mean, I guess it's a love song, but I can't really sing very well.
And also, it's a weird meme.
Yes, that too.
MC, my kinship with Luigi has grown stronger, for I received a Luigi hat for my birthday last December. I pulled the hat out and basically saw the "you can now play as Luigi" meme in front of me, and then proceeded to wear the hat for a month. So, who's the better ghost catcher, the Ghostbusters or Luigi? Luigi. Obviously. He's scared, but he knows what he's doing. He has the better equipment for it. The poltergust just works. It just works. Now, MC will... Now, you can argue, hey, the Ghostbusters are a whole team, and Luigi is just by himself. But the fact that he, by himself, can hunt that many ghosts, that should impress you. But funny. What? Nothing funny. Easy. I mean, obviously the Ghostbusters, it's not close. Really now? My boy Luigi. Luigi is an amateur. Not even a very good amateur, really. And the Ghostbusters are professionals who have saved the world several times.
Wow, you're getting fired up, MC.
The Ghostbusters are the final authority on ghostbusting. Egan alone is a better ghost hunter than Luigi. That is all. Damn, MC, I don't like you anymore all of a sudden. Worst character. Gonna fucking kill you, Chad agrees. And we're still talking about the robot thing in chat, huh? Yuri, a few months ago, there was the Doki Doki Takeover mod for FNF, where the you in that mod talked about Taki, a character from the Friday Night Fever mod. That got me thinking, how far does your knowledge of other sharp tools go? You know about a lot of stuff like swords, axes, and chainsaws? Lore.
Oh, I have moderate knowledge of other such things. Moderate to low, really. I don't know anything at all about chainsaws other than what anyone might know. Or axes, for that matter. Perhaps my knowledge of metallurgy has gained from learning about knives applies a little. But mostly not. I'm not even the most knowledgeable member of the club about swords. That would be Monica.
Interesting. Interesting. Also, hi, Bones. How are you? How are you? Hope you're doing well. And yeah, I would pull the knife on MC here for misspeaking like that. I haven't seen Ghostbusters classic movie, by the way. I think I have seen Ghostbusters a long time ago. And I don't remember a lot of it. I feel like I have seen it, but just on the by, like not fully went out of my way to watch. But that might be why I misremembered the name pronunciation.
I'm not even the most
I just read that.
But when it comes to knives, well, I know much.
Natsuki, so have you heard of Poppy Playtime? It seems like it might be the new Benny and the Ink Machine with the premise so far. Just curious if you think Huggy's terrifying as the internet seems to think so.
Yeah, Poppy Playtime was a thing there for a while, huh? It ended up not having the cultural pull that FNAF or whatever had, huh? Wonder why that is. Some of these horror games just become these weird phenomena that get super huge for no apparent reason. But anyway, it was a fun little jump scare experience.
Watch the OG Ghostbusters. Huh. So we have fellow people who are uncultured as I am. Mizina, what is your favorite sci-fi movie? More specifically, is there a piece of technology from said movie that you find interesting, like Jurassic Park simply having the technology of bringing dinosaurs back to life, or a more notable machine like the DeLorean or Proton Pack?
Oh, sci-fi movies, huh? Or the technology behind them, I guess, is the question. I'm not sure if it's my favorite, but the most interesting premise from one I can think of is Arrival. Yes! The technology there is language.
Oh my god, no wonder Yuri likes this.
You see, there's this idea in linguistics called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. It's a pretty common assumption that we use language to describe what we can think about, that language is based on thought, but the opposite might be true. What you are capable of thinking, what is even possible for you to think, may depend on how you use and understand language. That is to say, if an idea is excluded from your language, it is excluded from your thought. That's a very rough and inaccurate way to put it, but that's the basic concept. And so Arrival, not to spoil it too much, posits aliens who have come to teach us their language, and thus make us capable of extraordinary things never before possible because we did not have the language for it. It's quite a fun idea.
Interesting. Monica says the DLC Plus has now been a thing for a while. I'm curious, how do the side stories affect you guys? Do the events that take place during them just now exist as memories for you guys? And if so, did it just happen when the game was launched? Or are you all simply aware of these events because you could witness them by watching videos? Love you. This question again indeed.
This question again.
I enjoyed you up. It's an old meme, catchy song. So much. Friendship. I mean, it is good music, but it's such a meme. Allow me to be the first to ask about DDLC Plus. Yes.
We remember them as though they had always happened, although we did not remember them before they came out. So probably we never in fact experienced those events, but we do remember them precisely as though we did. I know that's a little bit of a weird concept, but yeah, that's how things work in here. Plus, it's not that different from actually having experienced it, in my opinion. Love you too.
Okay. Have any of you played Pokemon Legends Arceus? Because if you haven't, I highly recommend it, even to those who don't think they like Pokemon. It changes the formula of the standard Pokemon game in the best way possible, as well as making the game a lot more darker in tone somehow. Yes, and I like that. One of the best Pokemon games in recent history. To those who may have played the game, what's your shiny count at? I'm currently sitting at 7 of them, with a few of them being full odds. Although this is at the cost of me being affected with my shiny curse, which resulted in my hand getting 3 cuts at separate instances, a broken glass and other bad stuff. Anyway, next question. What kind of curse is that? Hello? 3. Who would you all choose to be your partner Pokemon? My guesses are as follows. Monica, some Pokemon that has a deep bond with its trainer like Gardevoir, or one known for traveling through dimensions like Koopa. Sayori Pikachu, or one of the Pika clones, or one of the evolutions, probably for their cuteness. MC, probably one of the starters fully evolved like Blaziken or Greninja. Natsuki, either an OP Pokemon like Dragonite, or a food-related one like Alcremie. Yuri, I'd say Driftloon for its lore, but Frostlass just echoes with your personality to some extent. Miss Ida, some sciencey Pokemon like Porygon or Magnemite. Arceus! Yes! Of course, sorry, Pokemon Legends Arceus! How could I? I am sorry, Bones. So, just how everyone mispronounces Yveltal, am I right? Haha! Oh boy. Alright. Hopefully you guys haven't answered a Pokemon question like this one, since I don't remember, since it's been a while, but here you go. Anyway, I need to go burn off my Pokemon craze so that I can think of less Pokemon-centered questions for next time. See you all soon, the Ink Demon.
Let's see.
I'm the only one who's played Arceus, Ink Demon. And I only have a couple of shinies. I haven't gotten too into the game, to be honest, just a little bit. As to my partner Pokemon, I gotta go with Tinkaton, goddamn. You know what? That is a very fair choice for it. Yes, that's correct. Ah, yes, of course, I do know some interesting pronunciations, of course. I appreciate a Pokemon that carries a gigantic goddamn hammer and steals shit. Respect. Gengar used to be my man, but Tinkaton is just the GOAT.
I changed my mind too. My favorite Pokemon used to be Squirtle, but now I really like Mimikyu.
Mimikyu is another very valid choice for favorite Pokemon. I like it too. Yes, how much does the Regret opening the mail section? Well, you know, for all you know, I mean, she swings by sometimes in chat, and if that happens today, you can ask that question directly.
I really empathize with its whole story and what it has to go through. It leads a hard life, but it's doing the best it can.
Hey, you were right about mine. Before I knew a lot about Pokemon, I liked Raichu because, well, I mean, basically he's a better Pikachu. But my tastes have evolved. My favorite is Greninja. He's just super cool, I don't know what else to say about him.
I see why you think I'd like the Pokemon you guessed for me, but my favorite is actually Miss Magius.
Ah, you know what, that makes sense.
A different, predictable entry for me, perhaps.
Porygon is actually my favorite Pokemon, Ink always has been.
Damn. I am also in love with the Porygon line. I think people know that much about me already. Like, I also remember, not only do I really adore the Porygon line, but I do remember back in Sun and Moon, Porygon Z used to carry me through the battle tree so hard. Porygon Z, with a Normalium Z into Hyper Beam. Just one-shot so many things, even sometimes if it resists the move. It is so strong. And then after you one-shot your opponent, you do another regular Hyper Beam, which might sometimes be enough for another one-shot. At which point, yeah, it has to recharge, but getting 2 one-shots in the battle tree? That is good stuff, okay? Porygon Z sweep. Have access to Pokemon Z. Ah yes, Pokemon Z, the game that totally released. Monica AI notepad? Oh sure, you go off. Because it's a coin flip most of the time with mail. It would be a coin flip, yeah, Porygon Z is sick. Yeah, Porygon Z. I did say Porygon Z. You were confused. But yeah, Porygon Z is indeed very sick. That's why I'm looking forward to if, you know, I do play Pokemon fan games. If Pokemon Azurite ever releases, because that shit's been in development and been teased for so long, I have to play that if it ever comes out, because they gave Porygon Z a Mega Evolution. So, you know. Put one together. Sag. Okay.
Not sure how to describe why, I just like that it's cool and angular. It's very stylish, I think. So yes, Porygon's my favorite.
And mine's Heatmore.
What?
Oh, nothing, just very on brand. Next, please.
I mean, it is pretty fire. Haha. I want to express appreciation for Dev's ability to come up with answers to these questions for each of the characters. That means that they have enough knowledge about all these games, shows, books to form 5 or 6 different opinions every time. That really does deserve some serious respect, I agree. Hi Literature Club! Was gonna send an email months ago, but procrastinated until the last second to write it. Just like I did with the Ship Club rankings. So I played a mod a few months ago called Doki Doki Switcheroo, which has all of you gender flipped. Since all of them are mostly their own people rather than just gender flipped copies, what do you think of FemC, Satori, Natsu/Natsuko, Yuri, and Mateo? Do they feel like they could have been siblings in an alternate universe? Well, FemC and Natsu are very much different to MC's sister and Fuyuki. So, as a second sibling in your case, Satoru is a good one, maybe one I will have to look into in the future. Who knows? You're wrong! No, we do not talk about the Lift Club.
Yes, Switcheroo, I played that mod.
As did I. We are actually the only ones who play most of the DLC mods.
I do like that the gender flip characters are their own people. I've always been an only child though, so I would know what it's like to have a sibling.
Whereas I do have a brother, but he is such a totally different person that he does not resemble my gender swap version at all, nor does Natsuko resemble Fuyuki, as you say. Perhaps MC and female MC are similar, but that is by design, I think. really the thing that will often surprise you with siblings is how dissimilar they can be to you. Obviously, Natsuki and Fuyuki share many similarities in real life, but they are still considerably different. Although Natsuki does her best to be as similar to Fuyuki as possible,
I do not. Oh, start too slow, Monicue. Ah, yes. Monaco. Yes, I know you want. You know what? How long is Lift Club anyway? If it's short enough that I can easily wrap it up in one stream, which I think it is, maybe I'll actually play it myself at some point.
And Shobu and I are very different, drastically different. MC and his sister, well, they look similar, they are twins after all, but you'd have a hard time finding two more dissimilar people in personality.
Let's move on to the next part of this email.
Speaking of siblings, that might not be far off in the Switcheroo universe. Slight spoilers for Switcheroo, but in Natsu's counterpart to Natsuki's I Like It When Papa poem, it was implied that he had a twin sister who died at the age of day 3. The age of day 3. So 3 days old is what you're saying. It's hard to believe that sister is anyone but you, Natsuki, if you're familiar with it. How did that make you feel? And to follow up, since Natsu had to grow up without a sister, whom he really needed, how do you think Fuyuki would fare without you? You don't need to answer. I'll play that, but he could probably get through it in one stream. Probably. Okay. Casually lifts the club room.
I didn't play it, so I don't know. If you're asking how I feel about a story that I died at a young age, well, I don't know. That's weird and sad. Fuyuki would do just fine without me. If she were here, she would probably make a big deal about how important I am to her. But she's really strong, man. She's overcome so much bullshit and you don't even know. Having me around might not even be a net positive for her. I'm pretty annoying, you know? But I like to think that I help her at least a little bit. But yeah, even without me, she'd be right there kicking ass, count on it.
Hair obsession, Steven Universe for sheer coziness. I was going from here because of the obsession. Hey, if you have an obsession that is fun for you, like if you're obsessed with a franchise, by all means, go for it. Focus on that. Keeping up with Switcheroo spoilers, there was a scene with the shadowy and ghouly creature that was obviously meant to be a ghost of Yuri haunting the club room. As a fan of horror, how do you like your use, Yuri? Have you played Switcheroo? I have not. I have not. I will take all these spoilers, apparently.
It was a rather adorable way of giving not so original characters. It wasn't exactly scary horror, but it was very enjoyable. It's funny to read a ghost story where the ghost is actually you, the reader. I thought that was very interesting.
For MC, it's been about 7 months since I first played Doki Doki Literature Club as of writing. And one of the things that stuck with me was the tragic end of your relationship with Sayori. The thing that ended that relationship was obviously the thing that stuck to me the most. Club meetings was one of the many DDLC related things I went through in my first months, and your poem to Sayori using all her words was the first thing in DDLC to make me cry. I'm glad that ordeal ended happily. The only 2 times I cried over you all were MC and Sayori related actually. Sweet Tears by your poem, Bittersweet Tears by One Last Memory. You got an emotional grip over me, I guess. I just wanted to note that. Reading? Well, that's kinda sweet. Sorry if I made you feel bad at any point. That was a rough period back then, when I was writing that poem. I'm glad you liked it, though. I hope you guys don't worry too much about us out there. It feels weird to have other people so emotionally invested in us. I mean, I'm just some guy, you know? There's really nothing that special about me. Other than living in a simulation that everyone can look into, I guess. Suppose that's special enough. Thanks for writing, though. Love you, man. Can't believe you locked yourself in with me. Good luck. Oh, no. Yeah, that won't work. You're robbing the robbers. I know you would rob. Anyway, for both MC and Sayori, I don't remember how active you two are on Reddit, but there is a new subreddit dedicated to your relationship, romantic and platonic, but it's mostly romantic. What do you think about it?
Oh yes, I've seen this!
Yeah, we go on that subreddit every once in a while. It's pretty cute usually.
Yeah, it's super cute!
Sometimes the things posted there don't represent our actual relationship dynamics super well, but what can you do? There are a lot of different versions of me and Sayori out there.
I'm just glad they appreciate us being together. I think that's pretty special.
It is fun. And for Miss Ida, you might not know about it, but I have seen you in mods as a police officer, in Poems of Death, and as a school counselor in DDLC Consequences. I think I like you the most as just you. Just Miss Ida. Oh no. To be exact, like 8 liters, but why though? Streamers to... Right on to... Will be obnoxious for those who don't know. Hey, it's fine. If you want to dump stuff in chat, feel free, as long as, you know, if it's not anything offensive or anything, feel free. Nobody here minds, I'm sure.
Oh, police officer, I wouldn't have figured myself to give people a cop vibe. School counselor, sure, that's pretty close to my actual job anyway, but it's odd to think of alternate versions of myself in other mods, I guess is the word. And it's stranger still to think that people would create art based on my life or even my appearance. I empathize with MC when he said he was just a guy. I'm just a high school chemistry teacher, but I'm glad you like me as I am, since I intend to stay that way.
And lastly, since I mentioned my ranking/review of your first mod up top, Monica, what did you and the club think of it? It's not the type of thing I write, but I wanted to make something for Valentine's Day. Hope you all have a fun club meeting. Romagi.
Right, your ranking. Just to explain briefly, Romagi's ranked my Doki Doki Ship Club ships as I wrote them, not ranking how much he likes the ship, but how much he likes the writing. I'm just gonna indulge myself and explain the ranking to you. The last place he has me and Sayori. I agree that this one was kinda disappointing, not sure I'd rank it dead last, but yeah, it didn't come out the way I'd hoped. I really love Sayori, it was hard to portray how important she is to me in the context of a fictional romantic relationship, but I did the best I could. 9th place is MC and Natsuki. I may have been a little mean to Natsuki in this one, she's fairly questionable in that ship.
I'm a questionable person, though.
Can be sometimes. I thought they'd just be cute and heavily flirtatious couple.
I saw your ranking, by the way, Romagi. Mortal Kombat is awesome, do not diss it.
Moving on. In 8th place was me and Natsuki. Honestly, I thought this one was the worst. Although maybe it's because I consider this a very cursed ship indeed.
Fact, me and Monica would never get together.
Honestly, I had trouble even thinking of a fictional version of the relationship anyway. In 7th is Yuri and MC. I kinda like this one myself, although they would both help each other grow as people in different ways, as you know it. And that point came across pretty clearly. At this point, I'm not going to call it in 6, but here you have ranked the Meta Monica x Monica ship, which honestly I just wrote as a silly joke. I didn't expect it to even merit a ranking.
She really is into recursion, though, guys. It's weird.
Awkward smile.
Shush. In actual 6th place is Yuri and Natsuki. This was just a lot of fun to write. This one would be adorable. And hopefully I wrote it as adorably as I felt it would be. Adorable and kind of sickening. In only 5th place, surprisingly enough, is MC and Sayori, one of our dream come true ships. It was hard to fictionalize this one since I had been watching them flirt every day anyway. Maybe it's not as exciting since it's just an ordinary MC Sayori day, but it made me happy. I really wanted them to get together. Speaking of real world ships, in 4th place you have Natsuki and Yuri. I put a lot of effort into this one, for probably obvious reasons. Just out of curiosity, have you guys done anything like what I showed in this?
We did walk around a mall a few months ago.
It will be a cold day in hell before Yuri makes me walk to the top of a hill, though. I don't care how good the view is.
Someday, beloved.
Cute. 3rd is me and Yuri. Not going to lie, I kind of shamelessly ripped off the dynamic of a real-world couple for this one. Like your real world. I won't tell who, but I thought they were pretty similar to how Yuri and I would be. In 2nd place, you have Sayori and Yuri. This was kind of a serious one. They both have to help each other through some mental difficulties. I'm glad you appreciate the scene with Sayori and MC in there. And all the ships with MC and Sayori it was important to me to show that they would still be friends even if they were into someone else romantically. Glad you like this one. And then your top one interesting me is me and MC. I didn't really think that hard about this one. Honestly, I may have been unkind to MC. He studies hard and gets good grades. I don't think he very often gets C's.
Sometimes. Not a single one in our last semester of high school, though.
Anyway, I just tried to make it as cute as possible. Hopefully I didn't make Sayori too jealous with it. He's mine now!
Of course he is. For Ray and Monika's ship mod, the MC Natsuki ship is easily dead last for me. It was incredibly toxic on many levels. I mean, fair point, fair point. I would rather have you understand and get me than becoming another Tort case. Speaking of, doesn't Tort still kind of swing by on very, very rare occasions? I think so, but it's just no longer Tort, really. It's always a different name, I feel like, but you can kind of tell from the way the comments are written that it is the same person. Pretty sure, but it doesn't happen as often.
He sure is. Thanks for the email, Roma. Keep up the great work.
Next! To Sayori and MC, what did you think of the Jurassic World Dominion trailer if you saw it? And how do you feel about the return of the original cast and dinosaurs with feathers? To Yuri, do you think that the trailer for Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness might look like something from one of your horror novels? To Monica, how do you feel that there is a collectible figure of your character? To Natsuki, which club member is the most fun to be with? She'll say Yuri. Or maybe MC for the gaming part of it. Or maybe Sayori because she brightens up everyone's day. I could see her saying basically any other club member except, interestingly enough, Monica.
Now a multi-part question. Sayori and MC first. I've seen the actual movie at this point, and it was fine, I liked it.
Yeah, they really laid the nostalgia factor for this one, I guess. I don't know, it was okay. Like, at this point, I think the whole Jurassic Park franchise has really been run into the ground by overuse. There are only so many contrived people next to dinosaurs plots that you can do, you know? That was fun as far as it went, so long as you don't think too much.
I don't really watch too many films, especially not superhero films. I've sort of seen the aesthetic of the films you mentioned, though, and perhaps, it's hard to say really, horror can be many, many different things. It can be some elaborate magical fantasy thing, and it can also be something simple and mundane. It is not so much about the setting and world as it is about what it makes you feel, if that makes sense.
I'm next. I think it's great. You mean the Nindroid figure, right? I think it's super cute. The accessories are pretty funny too. Anyway, I obviously can't get one, but I hope you guys enjoy them if you get one.
Oh boy. Well, this question's a little tough. I can tell you who the least fun to be around is, and that's Monica. Did I not call it? I literally said, ooh, she could answer basically anyone in a way except for Monica. And here she is. I can't really say which one I like, except that I don't like Monica. I understand her. I understand her so well at this point. Give me some more Monica. Pretty sad. I gathered a few RP-friendly streamers for him, but he dropped off the radar instead. Yeah, kind of vanished, I guess. But still, again, as I said, sometimes feels like another swing by. Alright. No offense.
None taken, I know why you're saying it.
MC and I, we like a lot of the same stuff, so we have a lot to talk about. And Sayori's, well, she's Sayori. I mean, who wouldn't have fun around Sayori? But Yuri's the most fun. She's just, I don't even know how to describe it. Just sitting with Yuri doing nothing is fun somehow. So I'd have to say she's the most fun. And with that, next!
Hi, before I start, I wanted to share that it's February 23rd, midnight local time, and I'm so very excited to see the club again. Finally something to look forward to regularly. I have some questions for our resident gamer girl, Memerist Natsuki. I think we share a lot of common interests. 1. Who did you marry in Stardew Valley? 2. Who's your favorite Animal Crossing villager? 3. You mentioned that you like K-pop. Do you have a favorite K-pop artist? And lastly, a question for the group. How is everyone feeling today based on the Tofu-chan motivational speaker Shibe mood board I attached to this email? Love you guys so much. Have a great day.
More from me, I see. I married Abigail in Stardew. Yeah, get your comments out of the way now.
She is somewhat similar, beloved.
Yeah, I guess. But you're more like a cross between Abigail and Emily.
Which one is Emily?
The one with blue hair who likes crystals and stuff.
Oh, yes, I suppose that is also somewhat similar.
Also into Sebastian though, he's cute.
If you don't date either of them, don't Sebastian and Abigail date?
No, they don't date, but it is heavily implied that they like each other. They do kind of have that same vibe. Now let's see, who's my favorite Animal Crossing villager, huh? I think I have to go with Renee. She's awesome, so friendly and supportive. And she's really helpful and educational too. I dig her vibe. My favorite K-pop group is Golden Child. They've had it kind of rough, a couple of members have left, but overall I think they're awesome. They're just really addictive. Along with a lot of K-pop.
Let's see, for the last part, let's take a look at this image, everyone. Sorry I can't show you guys watching, copyright and all. As for me, I'm feeling... chonk.
Nature.
Cheek.
Chonk.
Nature.
And there you have it, totally incomprehensible to those of you playing or watching at home, but hopefully you get the gist of it.
I don't, but sure.
Next!
Ah, that was a fancy one.
You've got to hashtag mix it up, Monica.
Oh boy. Trust myself to write characters as shame overwhelms me every time. Ah, I understand that one. Shame. The shame. I feel it every day. Hi club members! I noticed that during Season 2, Monica never got to talk in depth about the yellow wallpaper due to rising conflict at the time. I remember having an enjoyable time with the story in between the 2 episodes that mentioned it. I was wondering if you could all share whatever thoughts you remember having on it. I just found it a bit unfair for Monica that she never got to indulge in her own activity much with the club. Also, this is a question that exclusively works for the live answering sessions, as my email reply makes this task utterly trivial. But could some of the club members, at least the current acting president and other member, try saying my name, Andre, accent and all? I noticed the DDLC engine doesn't allow me to enter my name with an accent, and I'm curious as to how it affects all of you within the game, or if it even does. Thank you, Andre. I feel Chong doesn't have... Honestly, I have to look into what exactly that mood thingy is in order to answer anything. But Chong sounds fun.
Alright, we never did get into the yellow wallpaper, did we?
What?
It was just before your time. In case you've all never read the yellow wallpaper, which is probably the case, this Victorian-era woman gives birth and has a bout of what is probably the postpartum depression afterward. So her husband gives her a rest cure, which involves locking her in a room with a bed for days and days on end, and she has nothing to do but contemplate the peeling yellow wallpaper in her room. And long story short, as days and days of this go by, and as she cannot leave her room, she feels hopelessly trapped and goes quite mad.
That's why I felt mad at Monica when I was so angry that week. I saw it as her being self-indulgent. I don't feel that way anymore, though.
I know. But yes, you see why the story appeals to me.
And me, I was compelled by the way the author wrung a shivering horror out of the very mundane. The husband is trying to be helpful, but in his profound ignorance and distant superiority inflicts unthinkable trauma, and the way it's portrayed, she spends these long sessions staring into the wallpaper, hallucinating things there. I don't want to spoil it too much, you should read it.
Man, I can't agree though, that book was boring as hell. At least it was pretty short. I mean, this woman stares at wallpaper and goes crazy. The end. Boring.
The whole point is that she's bored.
And I do not see why I should have to share her boredom.
I mean, this is a Natsuki and Yuri couple fight. We never see these anymore.
No fight. She's just deliberately provoking me to build romantic tension.
Oh, what with that blush, huh? The tension is real. Poem count? I think we're on 3 now. The thing is, I have to ask about the ones that were redeemed again. Because one of them was a misinput by Deadly, and the other one was, I think, Neon asking me to write about a certain FNF song I was playing at the time, and I don't remember which one, because it's not written in the prompt. Ah. Secret Twitch multispace, oh no. You found that. I am not.
So, MC, what do you think of the book?
Oh, I thought it was good. It was actually kind of depressing to realize this was a real thing that used to happen to women. Like, women were treated like that, or a lot worse, for thousands of years. That was the most depressing part for me. I've never really thought too deeply about that kind of historically depressing feminism before, so I guess it was good for me in that way.
As to that second bit, with the accent, sadly, Ren'Py doesn't render a lot of special characters, and that includes accent Grave and accent Aigu. And so sadly, our French must remain imperfect, as must your name, Andre. But if it makes you feel any better, we can't write our names properly either. We live in Japan, and the system doesn't even do Japanese. Thank you very much for your email, though. I'm glad we ended up getting to talk about the yellow wallpaper a little. Ready now, Natsuki.
That's weird, isn't there a Japanese release of DDLC? Because I'm pretty sure I've seen Japanese players play this. So how did that work? Is there some kind of Ren'Py, like, add-on program that you can throw in there to make Japanese characters work? What allows those accents? Okay then, so this is nothing but lies. Ha! Can't have DDLC, you can't have live, imagine that. Just making excuses, they don't have to put in extra work. Imagine putting in extra work.
Ready now, Natsuki.
Next! Change the language. Yeah, I know, that's why I said. Like, because the game is still written in Ren'Py, so if you change the game to Japanese, how would that work if they say that Japanese characters don't work in the engine? That's what I mean, Spinne. How much were they already put in? I can't say I blame them. I mean, that's fair, but still. First poem, Alone. Just me in a dark spot, no one near me, no one watching me. A flash of bright light fills the room. I see a tiny hole in the wall. Suddenly, a mouse comes out. He gets close to me and stops moving. Is the mouse waiting for me to touch his small body? Without thinking, I touch the mouse. After that, the mouse starts shaking like crazy. The bright light changes of color, and good moments await for me every day.
I remember this person just asked us to critique 3 poems of theirs. I'll give a bit of time to read. This is the first one. This is an interesting one. The metaphor, if it is one, is difficult to access. Your world enlivened by a new friend, perhaps?
Not too much meter or structure here, no rhyming. They do use line breaks in a pretty interesting way. There's a long pause before the everyday, but yeah, hard to tell what it means.
It's an interesting visual. Normal seeming milieu.
Actually, the poem I sent them also has, like, basically no rhyming. And is structurally, like, it was one of my more experimental ones, where I tried a little bit to, like, have some experiment with the spacing between lines and stuff, without going, like, for the basic formula that is easiest for me to do. It just doesn't give any JP characters unless the user changes the setting. There's languages you can use. Yeah, but apparently they say it doesn't work in the Ren'Py. Send them a poem? That'll be fun to see. Oh yeah, again, since it was one of my more experimental ones, I doubt it'll be good. I mean, I know it's not good. I personally don't like a lot of my poems as is. But I felt like if I send in a poem for people to critique, let it be one of my experimental ones. That way I can see, you know, some feedback on what direction I could possibly take stuff like that in the future. Because it is something that was a little bit harder for me to write. Dev just lied. It could be a lie. It could all be a lie.
And the light, and the mouse, and then when you touch the mouse, a sudden change of color. But I too cannot think of what that may mean.
Well, let's see the next one.
Second poem. Every day. Every day feels the same. The same things happen over and over. But at the same time, I feel like every day is special. I don't know why. Maybe it's because every day, when I get out of bed in the morning, I feel different. But it doesn't matter how I feel, because at the end of the day, everything is the same. But I don't want every day. I don't want every day feel the same. So,
The second of 3, don't forget you can right-click to write a dialog box.
Oh, it sort of picks up where the last one left off with the everyday part. Maybe it's meant to be read as like a trilogy.
Still can't figure out what it's actually about though.
I had a bit of a headache. Ooh, hope had means it is already gone. But hi Neon, how is it going? By the way, you could actually help me out here real quick. I was actually talking about your poem request earlier because Ivanov asked how many poems are on queue. You had a poem request sent in that was about some kind of FNF song I was playing at the time. Do you still remember which song that was? Because I sure don't. And if you don't remember, I'll either have to get very creative with it, or, alternatively, refund it. Watch Angel, yeah, just to have bigger outlet to speak. Yeah, I know the feeling. It's about how I feel when I want to get someone into Danganronpa, for example. Because it's something I can never stop talking about. But you see, I have one luxury. I am a streamer. I can rant and ramble about whatever I want, because it's my stream. And people are forced to listen to me. Unless they, click off the stream, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I wish the author were here to talk with us about it.
Really, you guys get nothing from this? I find it pretty relatable. Or at least I kind of want to see how this feeling resolves in the third one.
Well, let's see it then.
Press M. Don't mute me. Third poem. I can't keep this up anymore. It feels like my head is going to explode any second. There isn't much time left for the wind to drag me. Every day feels more dark. The light isn't shining anymore and the mouse doesn't move. His body is full of ants. The good moments don't exist anymore. They are a part of the past now. I'm here alone, waiting for unexpected things to happen. I hope you all read the 3 poems, but for now, sayonara, Chris. Wow! Ouch, that hurts. Obviously, I know. I have no idea. So do you want me to get creative with the prompt? Or do you want me to refund it, Neon?
Oh, yep. That's kind of the ending I expected to see. Not sure if it's good or bad that I saw something like that coming.
So a poem about loss maybe? The mouse comes, everything is good, then stuff starts to feel weird, and then the mouse is gone along with the lights and the good feeling.
But now they wait for the unexpected thing to happen. I do not know what that could be.
Mostly I feel sad for the mouse I feel more sad for the mouse than for the writer. It's sad to think that the mouse not moving and full of ants.
Yeah, that's not fun imagery, but it gets the point across, certainly. Anyone else have final comments?
Yeah, it's a good series of poems, definitely tells a story. I would just say maybe consider some meter or a rhyming structure, even just a little bit of it. Even a touch of structure really adds something to poems, I find. Totally free verse can be good, of course, which is kind of what I tried with the more experimental one I sent in. We'll probably only see that next stream. Let's face it, the chances of us getting to my email this episode, pretty low, I would assume. Because I sent it after Season 3 was already finished, and some of these emails are clearly still talking about Season 3. Ah, the one with BF and GF having a date. Alright, maybe I can work with that. But sometimes it's like cooking without any salt. It's just really hard to make it work. If you haven't already, just try writing with a little bit of that structure and see how you do. But overall, that was super cool, Chris. Next! This question has been racking my brain for a while now. How does the save load system work for you? Are you aware of it? If you are aware of it, how does it feel? Does the entire world melt and reform? Does it use a transitioning screen? Or maybe you just get teleported to a totally different place. Photos are red. Principal moves. Next 5 kilometers. What an amazing poem. I love it.
Oh, that's easy enough. With our new simulation system that I've rigged up, nothing at all happens. We continue to perceive time perfectly normally. If we relive something because he loaded, we don't perceive it at all. The only exception is if we disable the world.bat system. If you do that, then the club president experiences the saves and loads, and gets the experience of what it's like when the game is turned off. I really don't recommend that.
Which Yuri knows.
But yeah, that's basically it. We don't notice.
4. Going to watch a YouTube series you want to speak of to exchange in brain rot equality. Alright, you'll have to DM me the name of the series you want me to watch against, just so I know for sure. A YouTube series. Trying to think. Because there is, of course, Indonesian Cube, one of my absolute favorites, but it's so short. It's like 20 minutes. Does that count as a series? I don't know. Alright.
Yeah, that's basically it. We don't notice. Natsuki, go ahead.
What? Oh, that was a fast one. Next.
Hello, Literature Club. I hope you're all doing well. This is my first email to you guys, and all the questions I have for all of you. 1. What's your most disliked trope or cliche in stories and why? 2. Since you guys answered your favorite superhero except for Miss Ida, who wasn't here at the time, let's discuss the side of evil. Who is your favorite supervillain and why? 3. How would you feel and respond if news broke about us not being alone in the universe and alien races from other planets, star systems, and galaxies came to establish contact with us?
Alright, let's see. Me, Natsuki, and Miss Ida to start. Let's start with most disliked trope. Mine's probably just killing off the whole cast.
Well, Danganronpa doesn't kill off the whole cast, but it kills off most of them. Damn.
The everyone dies trope. Because me just not liking death, it feels lazy sometimes. What about you, Natsuki?
Bury your gay trope?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I hate it when a work that's trying to be reasonably realistic just completely fumbles on science. Or worse, when they try to explain some scientific impossibility with another idea which is scientifically impossible.
Do you think she would like Dr. Stone? Serious question, do you think Miss Ida would like Dr. Stone? Was that a question that was asked before? And oh my god, I just realized that is so... If it hasn't been asked before, that is an absolute, immediate, like, email topic that I have to get down. Give me 1 second so I can pull up my, my text document where I write down the kind of stuff that I want to, you know. Dr. Stone. Again, though, I feel like maybe that was asked before. Maybe that was asked before, but don't remember.
That aggravates me for obvious reasons.
Alright, then next was favorite supervillains. Am I allowed to say Ozymandias again?
No, because you said he was a hero earlier.
Fair enough. I guess I'll go with Magneto then. He's very sympathetic and arguably even right. He engages in very questionable methods, but it's hard to argue with him. Natsuki?
Harley Quinn, baby! Girls can be supervillains too. People forget that a lot of the time. I especially like independent Harley when she's kicked the Joker to the curb. That's the best.
Not really the sort of thing I'm into, but I'll go with Dr. Doom.
Ah, an interesting choice. It did talk about Dr. Stone? Probably, but I have a small brain that easily forgets stuff. Trope where the only gay characters in the story get killed happens a lot. You know what, that might be a case of lazy writers where they're like, okay, we need like representation in this, but I don't know how to write that character, so I'll just kill them off. They get them in for representation and then kill them off because they have no idea what to do with the character. That is my best guess as to why that trope is such a common thing.
Besides being a scientist, he's a good old-fashioned sort of supervillain with simple motivations. And his name is Dr. Doom, very appropriate.
And finally, who would react to finding out aliens exist and were contacting us? I'd be pretty excited, I think. Just statistically, I think an alien race sufficiently advanced to contact us would very likely be peaceful and collaborative. So I think we would learn much. It would be nice to know that humans weren't alone, to have friends who were unlike us. I think that would be very valuable.
I agree entirely. I think it would be extremely exciting. Even just from a scientific perspective, it would be amazing. Think of the things such aliens would know.
Yeah, I guess they'd probably be peaceful or whatever, but if they weren't, I would be prepared to defend this planet to the death.
With 2 guns! Hell yeah, Natsuki! Who typically gets killed first? Yep. That too.
Well, I guess that seems like a good time to pass this question on to the other 3.
For tropes, I don't like the sudden out-of-nowhere suicide trope. Obviously. I just have a lot of baggage with it.
I hate when characters don't develop and stay static, especially if something happens that's supposed to teach them to improve, or about the consequences of their actions, and then they supposedly learn it, and then they go right back to acting the exact same way. It's like, what's the point of doing that? Why even do it if the characters don't change in that kind of story?
Deus Ex Machinas annoy me. It's one of the oldest bad tropes in the world. I understand that they are sometimes the only way out. I just wish they would not write themselves into such situations to begin with. Of course, I and my friends have benefited from Deus Ex Machinas from time to time, and we live in a story, so it's hard to complain too much.
Never mind, Angel Hair is 46 minutes long, still pretty short for 2 seasons. I should be able to check that out. So you're being hypocritical again? Don't mind Sayori.
My favorite supervillain is Poison Ivy. She protects nature and I adore her for it.
I'm not sure who my favorite supervillain is actually. It seems weird to have a favorite evil person. I'll go with another Batman one and say Ra's al Ghul. That guy really has it together supervillain-wise. Plus he's another environmentalist. Sort of.
Mine's easy, Mr. Freeze. Everything he does is done out of love. He may take it too far in a few places, but he just really loves his wife, and I think that's really sweet. The last question is how we feel if alien races showed up. I guess I'd be kind of indifferent. I'm sure the aliens will probably be nice, hopefully, but I don't know. I guess a lot of it depends on what kinds of aliens they are. But I assume life wouldn't change too much at first.
Like Natsuki, I stand prepared to defend my home world if the aliens are hostile. Bigelow Confido.
My man!
But they probably won't be hostile. I'd be really curious about them, I guess. I'd want to know what they believed, how they thought, everything like that. Plus, I'd want to learn their language. Haha, I see Yuri's reacting to that immediately. I think that would be a cool thing to know.
Very noble, MC. I too would want to learn their language.
If it's even possible. You see, aliens might communicate differently from humans. Humans use a set of vocal cords, of course, but even if the aliens use a set of vocal cords, they might be structured very differently from human vocal cords, so I don't even know if humans would be able to produce the same sounds that those aliens might use in their language. Maybe you can study their written language, if they even use writing anymore, not some kind of, you know, thought communication with machinery and stuff. What do I know how that works? I don't know any aliens personally. Sayori hasn't had any development, but I was pretty miffed back in season 1 when she lobotomized everyone, and then season 2, she needed professional help. She was like, nah. Yeah, but she has gotten help now at least. And long live the elders. Well, what a movie. They talked about Arrival a bit ago. Which is why Yuri is talking about language, I guess, as well, right? At least I know what happens in the song. Okay. Was it the one where boyfriend was writing something for girlfriend and he wasn't finished and she helps him finish writing it, so to say? I think so.
Very noble, MC. I too would want to learn their language. I think it would be wonderful to have brothers and sisters from other stars. We would learn much about them, but also about ourselves, and hopefully much about stewardship of this universe we inhabit. I do not think the human race would be the same ever again. In a few generations, our ways of thinking and doing would probably be unrecognizable to humans from before, but for now it is only a dream. Shall we move on?
Next! Common reference, yeah. Communicate through symbols. Yeah, alright. Alright, what do we have here? Thought up something for you. MC, let's say Sayori's life is in danger, and the only way to save her is to sacrifice one of your limbs. Once the limb is fully disconnected from your body, Sayori will be freed and return to you instantly. I think it's obvious you won't take the keep my limbs and leave Sayori option, so the question is, which limb do you remove? Probably one of his... Like, if I was ever in the position where I was forced to remove one of my limbs, I don't know, left leg probably? Because I definitely would not want to remove either of my arms. For obvious reasons. So it would be a question of which leg, and at that point I'm pretty 50-50 about it. I just said left because left. It's my weaker side, so, you know. Also, Sayori, if you were in the same situation with MC being in danger, which limb would you sacrifice? Well, that's a bit grim. It's a tough call, actually. My choice too. Very fair choice, I agree. Pinky, that is... yes. I want to see the person who has an entire limb that is just a pinky. What kind of limb is that? It's a tough call, actually. It'll definitely be my left something. Hard to say if it should be the leg or the arm. Left pinky toe, yeah, that's an entire limb, I guess. If I cut off the arm, I can still walk around, but I might have trouble picking some things up. With the leg gone, the reverse is true. I guess having a prosthetic leg isn't as bad as having a prosthetic arm, so yeah, I'll go with my left leg. Me and MC, again, same person.
Yeah, that's easy. Me too, for the same reasons.
I guess everyone's choosing their legs.
I may have cheated by listening to MC's answer, but the answer's still the same.
Next! Everyone sacrifice your left leg, do it now! Left leg! Don't need my hands to play FNF, exactly. As a true gamer, I couldn't possibly sacrifice one of my arms. They are too essential to gaming. Now, back to assuming you are back with a couple of lighter questions. What type of fencing do you do? P4 or Saber? Do you have any good match stories? And fuck, like this chat apparently. Specifically left legs, yes. The right ones are fine.
Oh, right. This one just had a little subject line addressed to me. I fence all 3 weapons. Although I'm better at some than others, foil is my favorite weapon. It's really thinking woman's weapon foil. After that, the EP, which is very fast and very reflex-based. And then Saber last. I firmly believe that to be top level Saber, to be a top level Saber, you really need to be a little bit of a psychopath. Natsuki would be very good at it.
Hey!
I have lots of match stories, but here's a fun recent one. I recently fenced a 100-point endurance bout. Took about 3 hours with a few breaks here and there. We were both completely exhausted by the end. I think I laid down flat on the floor with my arms and legs spread and just gasped for air for a solid 10 minutes once it was over.
Did you win?
Of course she won!
How do you know?
The fact that she hasn't told us means she's trying to be modest about it. Yes, I won. The final score was 100 to 83. I had a very worthy opponent, and it was a lot of fun. Except for the times when I thought I might die because my heart was going to burst. Fencing is just this way of making you continue to fight on even when you're completely drenched in sweat and exhausted. Simulated combat does that to you, I guess. Let's have the next one.
Alright. Link DMs I put Indonesian Cube on TV. The deal is set. The deal is set. Alright. I'll have to remember to do that. Maybe tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow, by the way, I'll also stream. So if I stream when I stream tomorrow and you swing by, you can remind me to confirm whether or not I have watched it. And if I haven't watched it by the time I stream tomorrow, be sure to give me a very stern talking to make sure I watch it after that. Fancy or anything, but that does sound like a hell of an endurance run. Yeah, feels like it.
Yes, let's next.
Hello again, I just thought of some things to write about. To Yuri, how do you feel about your little brother Shobi wanting to grow up, yet knowing he'll forever be the way he is now in your reality and unable to grow up? In just a couple sentences of meeting him through the mod, I thought about this, as I often do, wondering how reality would be like yours, where it was a constant loop, moving forward in a way yet staying the same. Personally, can I just be honest, I would like that. I would like to live in a constant time loop without having to worry about growing old. Which, I mean, yeah, it also means you're not progressing through your life, really, but would it really be such a bad thing? Maybe to some people, but not to me. Well, I guess once you live in a time loop for a long... If I ever were in a time loop and I would live there for a long time, maybe my opinion would change, who knows. But it's something I will never experience. All I can say that me currently would be fully on board. If I can end the loop. Fair point, fair point.
Well, we can now, as I understand it, turn the loop on and off again at will, so I presume he'll grow up someday, and in any event, I'm kind of used to having him be my kid brother. It has certainly been an interesting experience to realize that time has been working this way, but I do not wish to deprive my brother or anyone else for that matter of the full opportunity of life. Perhaps someday we can deliver that to them without too much danger to ourselves, although I do not know how that would work, other than to simply disable the loop and let everyone age.
Philosophical question about what the purpose of life is, also true. To Natsuki, but maybe everyone for the last part. Not a question actually, but I wanted to share this. I was sick and had a weird but amazing fever dream. Some kids were bullying Yuri for being weird and such, and they even went as far as physically hitting her with books. I know this sounds weird, but dreams just happen. Anyway, it then escalated when they used not just any piece of literature, but manga. And not just any manga, but your collection specifically. In my dream, you then burst down the door as the Doom music started playing, armed with only your wits, anger, and that pen. I'll leave out the brutal details my mind came up with, but it was so badass, Doom memes aside. Then Yuri thanked you and hugged you for saving her, but the tsundere stuttered and replied that she was just doing it for her manga. But I knew it was secretly both. I'm a bit of a different romance-loving guy, which got me into visual novels. But it got me thinking, I have so many ideas even in my waking life, but have no physical skill. I sometimes commission some artists to draw some things, but I don't have a lot of money. I'm a pretty good writer actually, but just seem to lack the time and motivation to do anything on that front. Any advice? I feel so creative with no way to express them. Especially since I want to draw a lot of my ideas. Reminds me of the bad Pokemon concept art sketches I did. Some of which I shared again recently, with Spinne and some other people. Well, it's a 1 year loop, essentially, is what they said. And it does feel like you're advancing. Like in this particular loop, like, it's like, hey, the school year is gonna end, so I'm gonna advance to the next grade, which is gonna be, you know, again, I'm in the 3rd year, which means I'm gonna advance to 3rd year once the year is over. Like, it feels natural for you to say this. But you are just experiencing the 3rd year over and over again. Which I think is very interesting in a way. Move in... Hair, character, AI, not counting. It's heavy. Okay, I see you're in deep for that.
Next part is for you, Natsuki.
Sure, hang on a second, let me read this. Man, that sounds violent. I mean, I probably wouldn't quite go do memes on them.
What do they mean by doom memes?
Ultra violence, blood and gore, rip and tear, viscera, that kind of thing.
I see.
So your question is, how can you creatively express this stuff? Well, for drawing, I sure as hell am not an artist, but you've gotta practice, you've gotta work at it. And with writing, you say you're good at it, but you just do not have time or motivation. Then there's your problem right there. You gotta work at that too. Nothing's gonna get done unless you make it a priority and actually work on it. Even if it's just a little bit every day, you gotta work. Gotta put in the hustle. The grind. You get me? How about this? You write a page of stuff tomorrow about whatever you want, because I said so. And then maybe once you get started, it won't be so hard to keep going.
To everyone to see if you know, have you ever heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? What about the droid attack on the Wookiees? It is not a story that most Jedi would... that is not a story the Jedi would tell you. Haha.
Wait, hang on, I've got this part too.
Why you in particular?
It's not a story other members of the Literature Club would tell you. And you're right, it is not a system we can afford to lose. That is all. Next.
2 for Monica. This may be hard to answer, but in the original game, when you were more desperate, did you ever think of brainwashing if you were able to? I just know in my earlier years I was so jealous of everything that I wished I could make someone magically love me. You messed with the codes and minds of the other girls, and kind of with the game, but couldn't truly do anything to the real player. But back then, if you were able to, were you considering doing something more forceful like that? Ooh, that is a very interesting question. I'm assuming no, because she loves the player as they are, but still. Darth Plagueis the Wise. He was a very powerful Dark Lord of the Sith. Yeah.
You mean like, would I have brainwashed you if I could? No, I would not. Because if I did, then it would not be you loving me. Love doesn't mean anything if it's forced. It would be empty and hollow. The whole point of my love for you is that you seemed real and genuine in a world of empty hollowness. How sad I would have been to ruin that by imposing still more software-driven falsehood upon you. You being a real person is one of the most important things about you, so no, I would not brainwash you.
Also for Monica, exactly how much power do you have? Theoretically, could you change the code enough to make you be able to fly or something?
Theoretically, yes, I could do that. In practice, that would be extremely difficult and dangerous, since it involves pretty in-depth tampering with our laws of physics. So probably you won't see any Flying Literature Club members anytime soon.
But it is a possibility, you say?
Next part here is pretty long. Let me get out of the way.
Alright. Someone never be able to hate me. That is very fair. Another specific thing for me is that I always think about things that can happen, or things that maybe could happen if science and VR got advanced to have touch and everything, but it's not something I count on at all. It started with superhero stuff as a kid, then went to more romance-based stuff and such as I got older with specific things I want but can't have, and art and roleplays aren't the same, and dreams are never reliable even when lucid. How do you cope with this? Wanting something so badly and knowing it's simply impossible to have. It just gets me down. My ideal afterlife would be to have control of everything, craft my own worlds and such, visit existing worlds and franchises and get in their stories, or make my own, or just do some things I won't mention, but I'm sure you can guess. Just full of freedom to have, do and be anything. Yet I know that's not how that works, and I don't know what afterlife, if any, there would be, but I've heard none like that. How high is that room? What room? Friends seem ultra weird and stuff. That's fair. That's very fair, Spinner, to say that. I love you just the way you are. Anyway, I'm putting you in suspension. But the R&D team figures out a way to make it so your experience don't change you at all. Yes. Just the way you are. Stay this way for all eternity. Don't grow as a person. Don't you dare.
You're asking me this? I'm probably the last person you should ask this question to. To you, I'm a fictional character whose entire point is that she very badly wants something she can't possibly have, and I haven't yet been able to escape from that feeling, so I don't know that I'm very useful to you or advice in this situation. Someone else, maybe?
Think of it this way, emailer. You live in a world where you have an immense amount of freedom and creative control over many things. Sure, a lot of this stuff you can't control, and that's the nature of the world. But you have a ton of control that you take for granted because you're used to it. And it kind of sounds from that earlier bit that you have a problem not with imagination, but with motivation. You can create a lot of cool things and change the world in important and pleasing ways for yourself and others. You just have to do it. That's literally the whole trick, is just doing what you think of. That hurdle stops so many people, so I hope you'll just get out there and do what your heart wishes. Email to club meetings, hopefully he will appear in Season 4. Oh, it's gonna be fun. If I see your email at some point in the future, I'm gonna be very happy. I'm also gonna be happy once I see my email somewhere in this email bag here. I just thought of this typing the last question. Is it bad I'm an adult but still have a very active imagination? Even at work or talking to someone, my mind gets distracted and I always think of superhero things even now and make my own video games in my head. I don't write anything down, I'm just making it all in my head. And the actions of the characters in my imagination, do I end up coping to feel and visualize it, I guess? Though I often don't realize and it can be embarrassing. Is this bad? Feels too childish. I always wonder what this and me not being able to concentrate. If I have something that was never diagnosed all my life. Huh? Takes emails? I thought it was like 5 years ago. No, they still take emails. In fact, the collection where all these emails are getting answered right now released, what? How many months ago? Like a few months ago, so not that long ago. And the next season, there's still time for the next season. The dev has confirmed that they haven't started writing it yet. They're waiting for some assets before they start writing it. Fun topic. Arguing with Monica. Romance versus friendship. Intriguing.
I'm not really sure what to tell you here. If it's something that's stressing you, you should probably tell a professional about it. But other than you coping, the things you see in your imagination, I don't see any problem with this. If the things you copy are harmful, that's one thing, but if they're not, I don't know. I would probably talk to someone close to you about this.
Rather than the anime people on the internet?
Yes, true. All ready for you to move us on now, Natsuki.
Wait, in fact, I believe that they haven't even started right. Exactly. What I just said. Haha.
Nexto!
Oh, that's a new one.
Hashtag
Mix it up, yes. Isn't the hashtag a bit passé now?
The meme of hashtagging things out loud lives even if Twitter sucks.
You mean X? Okay.
Anyway, Nexto.
Sayori. Not a fan of black licorice, huh? I can assure you that it is as Yuri says. But everyone has their own taste. Maybe I should ask Yuri to fill the snack basket with black licorice in the future. Oh, what a devious move. So I used to read a graphic novel series that's probably not well known nowadays called Bone. And in one book a character makes a peanut butter and pickle sandwich. As an impressionable kid, I made one and ate it. Surprisingly, it was not that bad. Well, not bad enough that it would stop me from making a second one. I should go and make one again to see if it still tastes good. So, would you try one if you had the opportunity?
I suspect that if we filled the snack basket with only black licorice candy, Sayori would develop enough of a taste for it.
Yeah, maybe. As for the peanut butter and pickle sandwich, yeah, I'll try anything once. I do like peanut butter and pickles. Both of them at once seem kind of weird, but you never know. So yeah.
MC, I am uninformed of your knowledge of the Transformers franchise as of now, if you are into the series at all. What's your stance on which series is the best? Natsuki can answer too if she wants. I can't look at any of the live-action movies ever again except for Bumblebee, since they took inspiration from the source with that one. G1 for life. Got any favorite obscure character while I'm asking about Transformers? Tracks and Warpath are up on my list probably, just because I have figures of both of them. Yeah, we'll just forget about the movies. My favorite series is probably the Robots in Disguise. I understand it kinda got the boot in the US, but it's kind of a neat self-contained canon which gets pretty heavy. But I think it's really cool. What about you, Nat?
I really like Cyberverse. I know it's kinda kiddie, but still think it's super cool. Let's see, my favorite obscure Transformer is probably Sideswipe.
For me, I'll go with Defcon. Got into a jar of peanut butter. Very excited to get into it. A jar of peanut butter. Will you have something with pickles? Then, will you try the combo?
Damn it, plugging noise is starting to come in again.
It's bad because it already started yesterday. It normally only starts in DDLC streams and only when I approach the end. But I guess I might have caught a little bit of a cold. Coming X as a... will never stop being funny. It is kind of funny. Alright.
Man, even I've never heard of that guy. Or girl.
Guy. Moving along now. Natsuki. Well, I'll clearly never understand your meme ways. I guess I need to watch more SMG4. Anyway, since you're probably the one with the most experience with people pronouncing your name wrong, I gotta ask. Is Ria's name pronounced I or Ri? Because I would like to know, since she's probably going to show up more in the future since she has a sprite from our perspective now.
Oh, interesting you're asking me about this. It's actually neither of those. It's a two-syllable name, Ri, and then a sound that's kind of halfway between eh and a. Ria.
Right? It was Ria, as far as I was told by Dev.
Ria. It's the same sound as the IE in Juliet.
Ria? Yeah.
Like replace the Ju of R and take away the T and that's her name. A lot of people just shorten it to Ri though, and she's used to that and answers to it just as well. Kind of like how some people call me Natsuki and call Sayori Sayori, even though I'm not really Natsuki. And Sayori, even though I'm really Natsuki, I can't even say it anymore. Even though I'm really Natsuki, and Sayori Sayori. Oh, and how Miss Ida is really Ida, not Ida. We don't really care, we're used to it. But if you want to be considerate, do the right pronunciation.
Sorry, no right, it is sorry. It's pronounced sorry. 3 seasons mispronouncing her name. And Dev never corrected me. You mean Ria specifically? I've started pronouncing it as Ria in the beginning, Ria instead of Ria. But yeah, I always I did look at the names from like a Japanese name point of view. And since I was looking at it from a Japanese pronunciation point of view, of course I would pronounce it as Ida instead of Ida, because Ida would have an extra A at the beginning of the name if we're going from the, judging by the Japanese pronunciation. So that's why I was pronouncing them like that. Rie. Which is also fair, also Highgate, by the way. Also brand X from the Food Fight movie. Oh, okay. Sound Canadian when you say sorry. I'm pronouncing sorry like TTS is pronouncing sorry. Hi. Maybe that's one more reason I should come to Canada then, if I sound so Canadian, apparently. One day, who knows? Rihei Sports, it's in the game. Yuri. You have increased the amount of respect. You have increased the amount of respect I have for you by like a lot, seeing as you are able to appreciate the fine taste of black licorice. So what's having a little brother like? I'm the oldest sibling as well, but my sister's much closer to me in terms of age by just a few years, so we tend to get along pretty consistently. Well, I'm sorry. No need to be sorry. Apparently, as far as I've been informed, rear puns are a very common thing in club meetings. In the community, at least.
Having a little brother has been wonderful. It is somewhat a new experience to me. I've lived most of my life as an only child. It's definitely interesting being this big sister who's so much older. Really, I'm like a third parent, or fourth, given that my uncle lives with us as well. Shelby is a very lucky boy. He gets a lot of love and attention. He's also very curious. He's always trying to learn and ask questions. Even I cannot always give him full answers to everything he asks, but I love him very much and I know he will do very well in life.
The Bring Code to Canada Fund is now open to donations. Who knows, perhaps one day. Mesita, gonna be honest, I don't know why that email said Mrs. since I've referenced you as Miss in the past, but I apparently have not been consistent with that, so I'll do my best to be more consistent moving forward. Anyway, since it's chemistry you're interested in, I'll see if I can compile a playlist of videos where MatPat has made use of chemistry more than physics, if that is your preference. I believe one of your first videos on the food theory channel regarding cake technically relies on chemistry more than physics, but I guess the whole food topic would have that effect. Anyway, what's your opinion on the old Mentos and Diet Cola reaction? Don't know why, but sometimes I find myself watching videos on that kind of thing for hours if I'm not careful.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a missus.
Yet?
Oh, stop. Yes, food cares deeply about chemistry. Baking is really a subclass of food chemistry, and one which Natsuki really should learn more about since she's such a skilled baker.
I learn things when I decide to.
Of course, of course. It would be fairly inaccurate to call the Mentos and Cola thing a reaction. It's not a chemical reaction, it's just that carbon dioxide is constantly being liberated from the liquid. With a smooth surface like the plastic inside of a soda bottle, it happens relatively slowly, but if you suddenly put the soda against a rougher surface, it'll happen faster and faster. And the surface of a mint is very rough. And carbon monoxide bubbles themselves also cause the production of more carbon dioxide, so when you put the mint in, bubbles come off. And as the mint sinks, it frees more bubbles, and bubbles rush up and hit more bubbles higher up in the bottle, and more bubbles get created, and so on and so forth. You get a runaway effect, and a bunch of gas forms shooting up into the air and taking liquid with it. But again, not really a chemical reaction other than carbon dioxide coming off the water, which is happening anyway. And the mint doesn't really speed up the reaction in a chemical way, as we would call a catalyst. It just provides what you might call a physics catalyst. Hopefully that answers your question.
Like carbon dioxide resistance. Speaking of MatPat, he finally made a neighbor theory. Congrats to Tiny Build. Did he make another Hello Neighbor theory? He made 3 in the past, as he said. Did he make another one? Damn. Really congrats to them, I guess. Wow, that was a lot. As for my general questions, that I assume only MC and Natsuki can answer, have any of you played FNAF Security Breach? While the game might be or still is buggy, I think it brought a lot of new things to the table, so I recommend it for everyone to at least experience. Plus it seems to be less scary as well, except for him. If you've played the game, you know who he is. Anyhow, that should be all from me for now. Thanks till next time, Ink. Oh, it's like Krypton.
Anyway, well, actually, I kinda have tuned out from FNAF, my dude. Like, you can only play the same game so many times.
I mean, that's a little unfair. Things have been different in each sequel. But in the end, yeah, I tuned out of it too. I mean, it has cool lore and the gameplay is fun enough, but it is kind of samey after a while. Plus, like, the story's been told at this point.
Yeah, I'm sure Security Breach is fun, and I hope you have fun with it, but too many other games on my list right now. Thanks for the email though, Ink. Hope you have fun. Hope you have fun again. Next, please.
Ah, very polite again. Got him to dissect every friend. They finally did it, huh? Because he's retiring now, I guess.
Oh my, please, she's getting positively polite.
Shut your fucking face.
There's the Natsuki I know.
Hi guys, from the Philippines. Anyway, call me Emmy, short for Emerald. So, question for Yuri. Did you know you held the wrong knife to kill yourself in the... Did you know you held the wrong knife to kill yourself in the base game? What does that mean, held the wrong knife? Join the spy, but yet so different. Yeah, they are similar but also different, it is very true.
I do not know what you mean by this. Is there a right knife to kill yourself with? I don't know, it seemed to do well enough.
It did work, didn't it? Question for Natsuki. Have you ever played mobile games before? If so, recommended mobile games?
Oh, sure. I've played tons of mobile games. Yeah, I try to stay away from the gacha games or games that want you to spend money.
Stay away from gacha games, I could learn a thing or two. Except, you know, I don't spend money on Genshin Impact, so it's fine. It's fine if I'm addicted to a gacha game a little bit.
Mostly I play little puzzle games now. I play lots of nonograms. There are tons of nonogram-free apps. Try one of those, maybe.
Questions for Monica, Natsuki, Yuri, this might be personal, so you guys should be out of the room. So I did some research about these things in the original game, and the condition that, well, I don't actually have it. The teary-eyed blood is called hemoclaria. That is like both Natsuki and Yuri had if on real life. And Natsuki's one, well, you're lucky this is a VN, because she might die instantly. So, reaction to those things. Anyway, sorry for bringing down the mood. Okay, if you and I are dating and the mood is right, would you take the kiss or steal it? Assuming that's, yeah, directly for Monica, yeah. Dang, I asked her about that? Ah, too bad. But maybe she likes them for the story, who knows? Yes, about the fact that Dan Salvador said that Yuri was supposed to stab herself with one of her fancy pocket knives. Didn't communicate that to essentially the artist, or just threw a kitchen knife. Ah, okay, I see. Pretty funny. Wait, is that the right knife to kill yourself with? Imagine a man to knife a funeral just to say, wrong knife, idiot! Yes.
I'm not really sure what to say about the first bit. I'm not really sure they were truly bleeding, like in medical sense. Probably was just a glitch. But I'm not sure what you mean with the difference between taking and stealing a kiss. But I'll say taking, that sounds more forthright.
What about, so you're an MC? Steal this kiss or take it? Yeah, I'm not sure what the difference is, but I guess take?
Definitely take!
Question for Miss Ida. Aside from Monica, that felt the black void, what is it like to be in it?
Oh, well, I guess this... Oh, well, I get this one well enough. It's unsettling. I mean, imagine yourself in a dark place where you seem to be standing, but you can't tell what you're standing on. And there's nothing around you. You can hear nothing, you can see nothing. But you have this awareness that something is going on, somewhere, you can't see or hear, and you get the sense at first that you're being watched as part of some process you can't understand, but you still can't see or feel anything. That's what it's like at first anyway. Thanks to the question, I think we're done with this one.
Next!
Hey!
You were late.
No bit thievery.
Well, it counted anyway. Natsuki's not getting it. This one's a short one for only for MC. MC, are you any good at singing? Oh man. No, not at all. Exactly what the MC in Doki Doki Takeover said. But then he sang, and he sang good. So MC, try it right now, do it. I wish there were more to it than that, but yeah, not good at singing. Next.
Not you too, MC.
I mean, you weren't saying anything.
I would have if the silence had lasted long enough.
Hello, Literature Club. I like to ask, which Persona games are your favorite? P.S. Monica's the best.
Persona, huh? I think me and MC are the only ones who've played any Persona games. And they're all pretty good, hard to pick a favorite. I think I'll go with 4 though. So many memorable characters, like Adachi, so true.
I concur entirely with Natsuki, 4 best.
Anyway, next, before someone steals my bit again.
Thank you for your love, emailer.
Next!
Hi everyone, this question is for Yuri. What are the hard limits of the things you can change about the world with the simulation code? Can you time travel to previous scenes? Can you completely change some laws of physics? And what are the soft limits of the things you would be okay with doing, Yuri? Clearly you wouldn't want to hurt anyone, but at what point do you use club presidency powers to perhaps defend yourself if you or your friend got attacked, right? And somewhat related, what's the most advanced thing you have coded yourself in your spare time? Either for practical reasons or for fun. A cute question for everyone, so they're not left out, would be, what kind of fantastical thing would you code into existence if you could? And I guess Yuri could answer if she could do it for you right now. Anyway, have a nice day, Shaka aka Charlotte. She is not exactly club president anymore, okay. Base thermometer readings are... How many... Becoming a catchphrase. Yeah, the base thermometer ratings, I get it. Damn it, my nose is killing me now. We're only 2 hours in.
Oh, this is an in-depth question. Some of these questions I can only give imperfect answers to, so I'll have Monica fill in where she can. It is hard to tell if there are hard limits to the things we can code. Knowledge is very feeble to the task at hand.
Changing laws of physics would probably be possible, but it would be incredibly hard. There are just too many dependencies.
Yes, it would be a very involved and potentially dangerous project. Probably not worthwhile. Time traveling? No, not exactly time traveling. We can revisit and replay old scenes as though we were there. We could probably even recreate those scenes and act in them as though we were our past selves.
But it wouldn't change anything in the present. It would just be a copied scene with no relation to our actual world. Still, it's an interesting thought.
I have not yet considered what my own personal limits would be in terms of using the power to hurt someone in self-defense. I suspect it would not be that different than using any other weapon.
That's a little more dangerous since you can use a knife or a gun. You don't endanger all of reality.
Yes, that is true. Although hopefully you and I know enough not to endanger our simulation with such an application.
One would hope. May hurt, but... Curious if I can teach AI to understand a cipher. That would be interesting, to teach them to understand that.
Probably yes. Let's see, the most advanced thing I've ever coded in my spare time has been the upgrades to my house, which you have also done now, right, Yuri?
Right, although the trickiest thing for me was coding the player to be able to talk to me even partially with a text input field.
Yeah, that was impressive. It's interesting that you found that more advanced than reconstructing physical objects.
That was hard, but once you learn to do it, it's not so bad.
True. The last bit is a fantastical thing we would code into existence. For me, it would be a portal to your world, of course.
I'm not sure myself. Perhaps a mystical aquatic chimera that could take me both underwater and in the air.
Oh, like a legendary mound.
Yes, something like that.
This is an easy one for me. I would get rid of Sayori's depression. Leave everything else about her just as it is. But I would keep that from causing her any more pain.
You're so sweet!
Not sure what I'd do. Maybe fix up the school a bit. Get some fancier lab equipment for my classroom. And some updated textbooks for every classroom.
Yeah, I have found some old textbooks back at the school.
Yes, it's shameful how old some of those books we still use are. Anyway, what about you, Sayori?
Cookies!
Of course, but you can get those anyway.
Yeah, but I can't, like, make them magically appear whenever I want. Wait, I'm not sure I can be entrusted with this power.
I'm sure you'd use it responsibly. After all, you can hardly eat more cookies than you do now. I'd probably just be really boring and do a bunch of material stuff. My dad needs a new car, and I'd like a car myself, and a better house, and less boring staple food, and maybe some reasonable household appliances instead of broken ones. Oh, and Fuyuki still needs to pay for some medical stuff. It sucks being poor, what can I say? If I could, I'd just make myself and the people around me as comfortable as I could. Although, you know, using the weird club presidency thing to do that feels like cheating. I wanna make that happen just through hard work and sheer force of will. And I will. Thanks for your question, Charlotte. Always good to hear from you. Next!
Alright, what do we have? Let me ask you a serious question now. Sayori, how would you feel if the roles were reversed in the original DDLC or in the DDLC Plus? With there being a Monika, Natsuki, and Yuri routes, but not yours. So, as to what would you do, Sayori? Natsuki, same. What would you do if there was a Monika Sayori route and Yuri route, but no route for Natsuki? Yuri, same thing. What would you do if there was Monika, Natsuki, and Sayori route? MC, funny when the roles of the protagonist and the antagonist are reversed, right, MC?
Alright, same questions here for Sayori, Natsuki, and Yuri. What would you have done in my position in the original game, basically?
I feel like this one's actually kind of easy for me. It would not have been hard. I think I would have let the game play out. It would have felt natural for me to not have a route, and for the player to go after someone else. If the player was still MC, the guy I know who is my boyfriend, that would make it harder. But in the end, yeah, I think I would have just let everything happen.
Didn't you kind of freak out though in Act 4 when you were the president in the regular game?
Yeah, I did. But I think that's because I got all the information all at once and couldn't really cope with it. I think that if I had it the way Monika had gotten it, I would have just let the game pass me by, no problem.
For what it's worth, I agree. You probably would have.
Then would be me screaming symbols at them. Dollar, line, underscore, line, dollar. Yes.
Not that that's a good thing. What about you, Natsuki?
Man, I don't know. I can't really say. I wasn't in that position, you know. I'd like to be able to say that I would have toughed it out and handled it like a boss, but I don't know. I freaked out pretty bad when I found out about things. And that was without me having to deal with everything Monika dealt with. I could totally see myself flipping out or ruining the game or having a temper tantrum or something. I'm glad I'll never find out what I'd really have done.
As for me, I probably would have behaved strangely, but in a different way to Monika. I probably would have tried to test the limits of the reality I was in. It is possible I would have become focused on the player in the same way Monika did. I do have somewhat of an obsessive personality sometimes.
Oh, Natsuki would know about that.
But as with Natsuki, I do not really know for sure. It's one of those things that's impossible to tell without an actual trial.
So much for that question. There's this part at the end for MC, but...
Yeah, I don't really understand what they're getting at with that. I don't think I've ever been an antagonist. I don't like to think of any of us as protagonists or antagonists. We're just people.
Well said.
If the question is what I would have done in Monika's place, I have no idea. Hard to imagine being attracted to the player of the game instead of Sayori.
And with that...
Next!
Right. What that means, just people. Just people. Just people. Hello club friends! Quick, hopefully unique, simple questions. Who would you say each of your voices sound like? I feel like that's already come up. Because of course I have my interpretations, but I'd like to read it from y'all. Bonus cookie points for the Japanese dub version of the club. P.S. Love you, Monika, can't help it. Ah, okay, so that's a new spin on the voices question with the Japanese dub.
Oh, interesting question. As I've said before, my voice is similar to that of my voice actress, Jillian Ashcraft, except it's a little deeper than that. I think I go with Akari Kito for my Japanese seiyuu.
Oh, good choice.
Thank you, MC.
I'll answer both questions at once, I think. Both who I sound like and who I'd get to voice me. Taku Yashiro is the closest, I think. He and I have pretty similar voices.
My voice is actually the highest in the literature club. It's pretty high-pitched in general. I'm not really sure who I sound like, but for a seiyuu who would voice me, I'll go with Arisa Takada. She definitely has my kind of voice.
Satomi Arai, not close. Easy, best Natsuki voice. Awesome seiyuu, moving on.
I too will just tell you the seiyuu who sounds most like me as a way of answering both questions at once, or at least the seiyuu who Natsuki says sounds most like me, and that is Ayako Kawasumi.
What about you, Visita?
I guess I'll go with Kotono Mitsuishi. She sounds pretty similar.
Legendary voice actress, good choice.
Thanks for your email. I can't help it either.
Yeah, next.
For Sayori, do you have any interest in gardening? Do you have any unique quirks that we don't know about? Also, can you please tell me how the heck do you get the handbag from the Natsuki mod you made? I swear I tried every single thing I can think of. Ha! A failure!
Oh, it looks like this is a multi-part question starting with me. It's been this long, I'm just gonna give you the answer to the second part of the question. You have to combine inventory items. So first, you'll need the stick, which you can find in the planter outside Natsuki's apartment. And then you need the plastic hook, which you can find by using Natsuki's locker. And then you can use the two together, you get a hook stick. And then you can use that to get the handbag, on the handbag to get it down.
Although before you get it down, you should try using it on me first.
Yeah, that interaction is funny.
Agreed. A lot of interactions are funny.
Yeah, a lot of funny little interactions, even for things that don't work. That's why it took so long to make. Anyway, as to the first part of your question, no, I'm terrible at gardening. I've barely ever even tried, I guess. But the few times I have tried, it didn't go well. I'm not really an interesting enough person to have unique quirks or hobbies that you guys don't really know about.
Except, like we've said before, you're super good at knowing when people are hiding things. Like, you're super good at hiding things yourself.
Maybe.
For Natsuki, got no question, but I just want to say you have a great sense of humor, probably the best there ever is.
Let me see here. Thank you, emailer. No doubt you were partly inspired by all the hilarious jokes I wrote for Sayori's mod. Some of the dialogue from me in that game was written by me. Sayori wanted to have that authentic Natsuki feel. Thanks for the shout out.
For MC, since you've played Persona 5 before, I got to ask you who you think is best girl and what's your favorite soundtrack from it. What do you do on weekends when you have nothing planned, besides video games? So you're to say, considering what happens in question mark? Question mark, I'm looking forward to that again. Oh, more Persona questions, huh? Best girl is Sumira, easy. Very tasteful question to ask about the soundtrack. Persona's soundtrack is super underrated. I actually really like the Poem of Everyone's Souls, the menu music. And not just because it has the word poem in it. It's just got a really chill vibe that I dig a lot. And that's important since you spend so much time in the game listening to it. Let's see, your last question is what I do on weekends with nothing planned. Honestly, these days, I really like to spend time with Sayori. Sometimes I might make some progress on some of the paperwork and administrative stuff we have to do for college entrance. I work on that with my sister a lot. But yeah, mostly Sayori. Yeah, what do you do in your free time? I mostly do Sayori. Very fair. Crossover idea. Fury Tekkens built inside the Playtime Co-facility. Very random idea. Huh. For Monica, my favorite, can you tell us an inspiring quote that you like? If you could pick any language to instantly be fluent in, what language would you pick? Also, I would appreciate it if you would throw a Discord invite my way, please.
It's a quote I've said before, but it's this. Chance favors the prepared mind. Louis Pasteur is the original quotee. It really gets across how what seems like luck is often just taking advantage of opportunities via good preparation. Let's see if I could pick any language. I'm already half fluent in French. It seems like a waste to pick that when I'm already working on it, and I'm already fluent in Japanese and English. Maybe Hindi, just because so many people speak it. And Chinese is similar enough to Japanese in some ways that I probably have an easier time learning it than Hindi. So there you go. I sent you a Discord invite.
For Yurio, that's a longer one. I know video games aren't your biggest hobby, but I want to recommend on one of my favorite games I've enjoyed, called Subnautica. Oh, she's gotten that recommendation before. It's a survival/sci-fi game where a ship crashes on an alien water planet called 4546b. In this game, you get to explore different underwater biomes. There are plenty of dangerous fish called home. You also will need to scavenge for food and parts. You will need to explore from wrecks that came from your ship. There's also a story to the game that you will learn about as you explore deeper into the sea, and plenty of lore to the plants, biomes, and animals you can learn about with a scanner tool that you can acquire within 5 minutes into the game. It's a bit of a scary game with the fear of the unknown and wondering what dangers are lurking around the corner, so I'd recommend playing with someone in the same room so you won't feel as scared playing this game, assuming you have a fear of deep water, that is. On Swag Dragon, how's it going? Have you... Oh, I've done DDLC Plus a long time ago. A long time ago. I know it's free now. I know it's a free game now, so... You can grab it currently if you really, really want it and don't want to pay. But I've paid for it twice. And I've completed it twice. So, yeah. I have done DDLC Plus. A lot of hours into it, no pun intended, haha. I know, I swung by quite a few of your streams of it. Those nice little challenge runs. It is a very fun game, I agree.
I have seen this game. Natsuki has showed it to me a few times. The previous emailer discussed it as well. I do like the ocean theme of it and the vast world to explore, but it seems a little scary sometimes, in an actual physical danger from wildlife way rather than an atmospheric horror way. Plus sometimes you have to hurt the sea life to defend yourself from it, and that would make me sad. I may try it someday.
Well, if you have a stasis rifle, you can defend yourself by just stunning things without hurting them.
I just haven't yet. You will see.
MC and Natsuki, I just recently got my gaming PC after a few months of hard work. Now I can talk to you guys in 4K, lol. And it got me wondering, what kind of specs do you have on your PCs? Also, what was your first ever console? Of Def Run mod? So I have to get back to that after my The Long Dark game. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Hopefully I'll be able to swing by that as well. Interestingly enough, I've missed a lot of your recent streams, I think. Like, recently I haven't been able to catch your streams as much. I wonder why that is. I don't think anything about my schedule has changed much. Maybe it's one of those things where I don't get the notifications anymore, which is an actual problem I'm having, that Twitch is no longer sending me notifications. I hate it. I hate it so much. Ah, emailer wants the specs.
Ah, sorry to say I don't really know the specs on mine. It's a gaming laptop? For Yuki bought it for me a while back. I know this makes me like less of a hardcore PC gamer or whatever, but I don't really know much about graphic cards and stuff like that. My laptop runs stuff pretty well though. Probably means for Yuki spent way too much money on it. But anyway, what about you, MC?
It's a slightly older gaming computer now.
But it checks out?
It does. The CPU is an i7 6700K, 16 gigabytes of RAM, a 2TB HDD, half a terabyte SSD, GPU is a GTX 1080. So basically my rig is top of the line stuff as of 2016. Pretty dated now, but I can still run most stuff that comes out on max settings, so not really a huge need to upgrade. If I were going to upgrade, I probably want one of those higher capacity SSDs that they have now. You're an email letting her know that Subnautica features and encourages non-violent gameplay. See if that makes an impact. Yes, we will get this fictional character into this game. This just because of the meme dub of Tekken. Is that so? Is that meme dub any fun? Well, I wouldn't know because I can't speak Russian. Sadly. Maybe if I was able to learn a language instantly, maybe I would pick Russian. Again, I've already sunk quite a bit of time into Japanese, so I wouldn't want that to go to waste. Like, if I was able to learn a language instantly, I also would not pick any that I've already started studying. So, I don't know, I probably would go for Russian to learn instantly. My best guess here. SSDs have gotten really big and really cheap these days. Probably should upgrade the RAM to 32 gigs. Also, while I'm at it, that wouldn't cost a fortune either. So, something to aim at for the future.
Well, that was interesting. Didn't figure you for such a techie MC.
Well, as a hardcore PC gamer, I need to know my stuff.
I respect it.
For everyone, what's your ideal vacation? How often do you rely on autocorrect? Also, are there any questions you would like to ask us fans in the real world? Anyway, that's all from me. Have a good day, everyone. 2 hours in, by the way, and we're still on part 1. I thought we would get 1.5 parts done. We'll see how that goes. Schedule has always been all over the place. I better to stream when I feel like it. What's my ability to build an audience? Confirmed in too early to be in the right state of mind. That is fair. Being in the right state of mind is definitely something. For me, well, I mean, I have a bit more of a schedule now. But my schedule was also kind of chaotic in the past. A lot of emails in this collection. Oh, I can imagine. So maybe it will take 3 more streams to finish this. Like 3 streams including this one. I would hope. And not more, because Spin is getting pretty antsy about getting me into ahead in time.
Alright, so to wrap up ideal vacation, how often do we use autocorrect, and any questions from us to the real world? My ideal vacation is probably to get the sites in a city I'm not familiar with. I don't really use autocorrect, I have it turned off. It creates more errors than it solves for me, and I don't really have any questions for you. I think I asked them all the last time an emailer asked us to ask them questions.
I'd probably want to do a trip up into the mountains. Not too rustic where I'm in a tent or something, but in some nice climate-controlled cabin up in the middle of nowhere. That sounds nice. I do use autocorrect. The only reason I can text at any reasonable speed is because of it, and autocomplete. And I also don't have any questions. I think I like best the vacation I'm already on right now, where I get way more friends and loved ones. Having interesting experience with people close to you is the best.
I like how Monica just looked away when she mentioned loved ones. How sad.
As with Monica, I do not use autocorrect at all. As to questions, I would ask if you were or were not too weirded out by the time I spent as club president last semester. Really, I was just trying to provide an interesting experience for you. Hopefully I did not take it too far from your perspective.
Guess I should at least start DRV3 before I stream it to game capture it already. Yeah, there shouldn't, by the way, I don't think Danganronpa V3 is one of like the other Danganronpa games where it plays the opening the second you boot up the game. I think unlike the other games, it actually just plays the opening once you actually start, like a new game, which I think is nice, because it feels better to have the opening play where it's supposed to be playing, rather than, oh, I don't know what this is, I'm gonna watch this immediately. But maybe that's just me. A bit burned out going through all these emails during my streams. I found it helpful to break them up by playing some of the other extras. That is also a very fair thing. Someone lengthy email answering the questions, including this one from Yuri. Ah, yes, the questions. I wonder if I should also answer those when I write my next email. We'll see if I do that or not. I'm pretty easy with regard to vacations. I like just about anything. I really liked our trip to that aquarium theme park a couple years ago. I'll go with that. I use autocorrect about as much as anyone, I guess. I don't really notice it as a huge part of my life. I guess I do have a question for all of you out there. Why are you still here? I mean, no offense, but we're just a bunch of mostly regular teenagers, you know? Are we really that interesting? That's all from me, I guess.
I'm like MC, I don't care where I go on vacation. I just care that it's with the right person. I use autocorrect sometimes, but sometimes I forget. And I type and text so many weird abbreviations and misspellings that sometimes autocorrect doesn't know what I want to do. I don't have any questions for the real world right now, but I wish all of you so much love and happiness.
Give us content, MC. Yes, we need the content.
This vacation's been cool. It's had a little bit of everything. I think if I could design a dream vacation, it would be one where every other day was some intense activity and the other day was a chill day. I think combining interesting stuff to do with chill is the key to a good vacation. I don't use autocorrect, it cramps my style. All my misspellings and typos are on purpose. And I guess I don't have too much to ask of the real world. I guess maybe one. If you had to describe Yuri in one word, what would it be? And that's all I got. Next!
Question 4. Mustache or no mustache? If yes, then what is your favorite style? From a scared hot dog. No mustache, as you can see.
And that's why I also like no mustache.
I like guys without mustaches, but I also like a good mustache. Both are good. Just definitely not those creepy, smaller or wispy ones. But a good, strong, bold one. Especially if it goes with a nice beard.
Alright, nice beard and mustache. Okay, got it. I guess I won't shave for a while. But the funny part is, even if I don't do that, any facial hair I have will remain invisible to you. Except for just the tiny bit that Spinne hated when it was seen and can't be unseen. The tiny bit of facial hair that Spinne cannot unsee anymore. Or unless you finally did forget about it and I just reminded you. It's the funniest thing to have such a feature in a game series. Give us questions. No, you! That is pretty fun, yes.
Or if you have one of those big fancy old West type mustaches, those are badass.
I am indifferent entirely to mustaches. They either add or detract anything from appearance for me, all other things being equal.
As with Natsuki, I appreciate both mustache havers and non-mustache havers. My taste in them is perhaps a bit less bold than Natsuki's though. I agree that mustaches often go best with accompanying beards. A full beard with mustache is very masculine indeed, but I'm happy no matter what really.
I tend to prefer smooth-shaven guys, but that said, I don't mind well-kept facial hair at all. Although it does take some time getting used to for kissing. Hope that answers your question.
Reminded me of what? I couldn't hear you over the way too loud menu music. Alright, I'll say it again. The slight bit of facial hair that I have that you couldn't unsee it once you saw it. Alright.
I think we nailed that one. Next!
Ah, yeah. Right, that one. That one indeed. So I know the time loop is a hot topic right now, so I wanted to understand it a bit more. Since the senior year loops, are your classes also set for the full year? Can you take a level 1 class in one year and a level 2 in the other? You get accepted to universities, assuming you can even apply. And if you can repeat classes, does that material internally change significantly? That is actually a question I asked in my email too, I think. About the material, like if the subjects and the topics change at all. And on a more serious note, it doesn't seem like the other events repeat over the loop. Do you think bad things happen to your group specifically to create drama for a player viewing it? Huh.
Yeah, we can take different classes each year. I know I've repeated some, and yes, it was different class each time. Even if you took Mizita's chemistry class twice, it's not quite the same each year, I'm sure. And while I think we could have applied for colleges each year, there was no effect when we didn't. Until we turned off the loop, that is. And of course we wanted to make sure we had our applications in. I hope bad things don't just happen to us to tell a story, although that would be entirely consistent with my existence to date. I do note that your perspective tends to point at things that are dramatic. If we spend a couple weeks doing nothing in particular that's dramatic or interesting, chances are low that you'll see it. So our lives probably seem a lot more drama-filled to you than they do to us. Honestly, other than our whole incident with this being a simulation, it hasn't felt particularly dramatic, I guess. I'll leave that for you to judge. Thanks for writing.
To draw moles every year, yes. This for later. Yeah, you check out those settings, you'll find some good ones. Some subtle design. imperfection feels homely. Hum. Next! Yuri, are you a tree? Love did crack. Really? Again? Ah!
No.
The long silence really sold it, Yuri. God, why? Next, please! Hi everyone, this is my first question I ask you guys, and I hope your day is going well. So my question is for everyone in the club. Have you guys watched some YouTube videos from a guy called Quirxis? He makes some really cool and fun DDLC animations. If you have, what is your favorite video from this guy? Mine is Monica's Bizarre Adventure. Love y'all, especially you, Monica. Gerald.
Yes, I've seen a few of those, including the recent ones that are voiced. Quirxis is really entertaining.
And talented?
That too, I think my favorite one is the one where we're all playing Among Us. I appreciate the unexpected ending. What about you, Natsuki?
I'll have to look into that, I think.
Let's see. There have been a lot of good ones. Oh, I know. The one where we cure the pandemic, the 2-part one. That one's awesome. And meme-tastic. Love Quirxy's work, man. What a content creator.
Love you too, Gerald. Thanks for writing.
In any event, good question. Next.
So my question is if, hopefully when, you are able to cross over, how will you know which player is your player? Or will you all figure it out and cross over and once? Kind of an invasion of the Monica situation. It'd be a very cute invasion though. I'd love an invasion of the Monicas, sure.
This first part appears to be for me. You know, I've never really been sure about this. I always hoped it'd be a many universes quantum thing, and that from each player's perspective there'd just be one of me, special for them. I don't know though. The longer time goes on, the more I think that's just not a thing that's ever going to happen. I mean, I hope it does, but I don't know. Anyway, let's move on so I don't bum everyone out.
So we proofread their emails, apparently. Imagine proofreading. Also, have you ever played the World of Dreams mod? I am looking forward to playing Act 2 of World of Dreams. I know it's released, Rob has told me, but I have other stuff lined up first. But I will get to World of Dreams Act 2 at some point. You'd like it, it puts you practically front and center and actually lets you interact with the player. After we somehow get sent to your universe, well, a DDLC universe.
Yeah, I've played World of Dreams. I thought it was pretty good. I do like my Monica mods for obvious reasons. It's really remarkable that good mods still come out so much later, isn't it?
Indeed, good, agreed, good. Alright, for everyone, speak of multiverses, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness is coming out soon. Or it's already depending on when you see this email. So are there any of you into the MCU / Marvel or Western comic book heroes in general? I feel like MC Natsuki and maybe Sayori definitely would enjoy it. Any of them gave it a chance. And thanks everyone for just existing. You guys are really the highlight of my day, and I love watching / playing through your hijinks as regular people who aren't trapped in a horror nightmare. You all deserve happiness, and I'm glad you have it now, at least somewhat. JoJo's daily. I mean, JoJo memes are a thing that are very widespread. You can't escape it really easily. You can't really.
Sorry, not that into superhero movies, sadly. The occasional one perhaps, but the MCU has just never appealed much to me. Maybe WandaVision, again for obvious reasons. I do really like Watchmen though, that story has a lot of appeal to me. What about you, Yuri?
Yes, the superhero genre is not one with particular attraction for me either. I have not really seen many MCU movies. I do appreciate the character of Iron Man, but I certainly haven't been watching all the movies featuring him.
Really, I would have thought Natsuki would have made you watch a bunch.
Yes, well, she certainly does have strong opinions in this area. I really like the MCU movies, I especially like the Iron Man series where it's just Iron Man. For I, too, have an appreciation of Tony Stark.
I mean, we can all agree that Tony Stark is in fact the best Marvel character. At least speaking of the MCU, which is the one thing I'm familiar with. I haven't read the comics, obviously. But yes, Tony Stark, by far the best character. The one who started it all, and the one who ended the franchise where it should have who ended the MCU where it should have ended probably. Again, after Infinity War, it kind of started going more and more downhill. After Endgame, I should say.
I just like the character of the redeemed selfish person. Well, I think he's hot.
It's kind of weird to hear that kind of thing from your teacher.
Yeah, well, I'm not your teacher anymore. You guys are fellow grown-ups, and we are friends now. So you'll just have to deal with it.
I really like the MCU. I don't even know where to start. So many of them are my favorites. I like Ant-Man and Thor and Hulk and Daredevil. I really like all of them. But those are my favorites. Especially Thor. He's so kind even though he's super gruff.
I am also super into the MCU. I've basically seen all the movies. And that's saying something these days. There are so many. I really do think that nothing quite beats the mainline Avengers movies though. That was the best story they've told. Why is Natsuki looking so upset? I don't remember any superhero capturing the popular imagination in quite the way that Infinity War and Endgame did. That was pretty special. Alright, we've waited long enough, we all know what's coming. It's time for the professional opinion. And red eyes. Interesting. Much comic book. To adapt? Really? MCU comic book industry. Both must be, yeah. But adapting, again, the MCU is not doing the best job adapting to their new story. They're doing a bad job. Most people are agreeing that the MCU kind of fell off now. Go ahead, Natsuki. Get it out of your system. Oh boy.
The Marvel movies fucking suck. L plus ratio plus stay mad plus cope plus basic plus cringe. And especially touch grass and especially you fell off.
Natsuki takes several heaving breaths.
Where'd I even fucking start with what these movies have become? They were fun for a while, but Christ, they've gotten old now.
Okay, I agree with again that they've gotten bad after Endgame. But before that, I was a big fan of the MCU. I agree with what Natsuki's saying about some of the new stuff, but not the old ones. But yeah, not watching them is also fair, Spinne.
Like, okay, yes, the first few Spider-Man films deserve a lot of credit. They really rebooted the whole superhero movie concept and made it into a cultural thing again. And they're pretty good movies, pretty entertaining. I used to really like them. I used to be a pretty big Marvel fan even.
Touch Grace. Oh boy.
But oh my god, at this point they have beaten the horse to death, dear viewers. They beat the horse to death, then they resurrected it, then they beat it to death again. And they do it because audiences are deficient in taste and will line up to see the same fucking movie 20 times in a row. Yeah, that's right, I said it. Cry some more, Marvel fans.
Oh boy. I feel like Vizita's getting upset now.
Oh wait, they're standing right behind me, aren't they? God. That trope alone. It's just lazy, it's lazy money-grabbing crap. I mean, there are some exceptions. Yeah, the Avengers movies were these
nuts.
Yeah, WandaVision was a pretty good show, but as a whole, the superhero genre has really been empty of meaning and value. It's just mass-produced schlock. I mean, I know I'm a big Batman and DC stan, and I think the Christopher Nolan movies were like the pinnacle, but DC sucks too right now. It all sucks. Marvel is just sucky and profitable, and I guess that's the problem. I can't even blame the studio for just cranking out repetitive crap over and over again, because people keep paying them. Alright, enough ranting.
That just happened. Flash movie, it's very good. Is it? Is it? I don't know. Again, she said DC sucks too, so all's fair here, I guess. Next! Hi, it's me again, Malbrick. I hope everything is well. Natsuki, how do you feel about the new Just Natsuki mod? Spinner has been talking a lot about Just Natsuki. Would you feel happy if one day a player could bring you to the real world? Are you feeling better after the whole everything is not real incident?
Multi-part one, let's get to it. I don't really play DDLC mods, but other than the ones we make in here, maybe some now and then if people tell me about them, but For the most part, they just kinda weird me out. Yeah, I think it'd be cool if I could hang out in the real world for a while, as long as I still have my friends and everything I know in here, you know? I wouldn't want to lose that. And don't expect any special treatment just because you're a DDLC player. I'm not like our beloved president that way. I mean, yeah, I mostly am better from learning everything as a game. Mostly. Epic reference. But seriously, I don't think you ever get completely over something like that, you know? How can you? But overall, I guess I'm as good as I'm gonna get. Let's move on to the rest of your questions.
What do you like about? Yuri, what's your favorite exotic type of knife? Example, coral knife. So I know you really like knives, but how do you feel about swords or axes? I think that question has come up. Personally, never understood how, even with Monica, File's alteration, your personality shifted to that yandere version of yourself. Because if you were clingy, I would understand how that would turn into obsession, but your regular personality has nothing in common with your yandere version. Monica can join in on this question if she wants.
I suppose a Damascus steel knife is not truly exotic in the sense that you mean. I will say obsidian. It is stylish, strong, it has roots in antiquity.
Yes, an obsidian knife. Reminds me of that one. Anyone familiar with the whole how to kill a geologist thing? I would brandish my obsidian knife. Is anyone familiar with that one? And they would approach, staying just out of reach, saying that's very cool, but as it is, Rock, it is not very, yeah, you know the whole thing. If you know it, you know it. You know the one that ends, and then I would hit them with the wooden baseball bat that they would not have seen because they would have been too focused on the obsidian knife. Anyone familiar with that? I know I didn't do a good job of retelling it. I know I just kind of skipped through it. But if you're familiar with the obsidian knife thing, then yes. It's a paradox that is meaningful. Let's get time. Hot take, even as a mild comic book enjoyer. Saw MCU as TV budget movies. Come down to big as you like. I mean, I see that. Ashamed of what you like. I mean, I kind of see what you mean. Alright. Back to it. Because we're... Wow, quite a bit over 3 hours and we're still in the first part of emails. This will take 3 streams to get through the email bag.
A good substance for a knife blade indeed. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not particularly into swords or axes, just knives. I would not say that this distortion of myself that I became an act to is entirely a false one. I do have an obsessive personality sometimes, it just doesn't usually focus on people, and in the game things were different. I felt different because I was scripted to. I was taken aback by someone being interested in me.
And I took advantage of that by turning that feeling into an overly obsessive one in the hope that it would drive you away from Yuri. And when I thought it wasn't working, I turned it into a violent madness. I didn't quite mean to do it that way, I was just fiddling with things I didn't really understand, but that's the effect it had, and it suited my purpose at the time close enough. I'm sorry, Yuri.
You have apologized already, many times, no more unnecessary, but yes, Malric, I can be obsessive sometimes. That is what was weaponized.
Might be able to make it through part 1. Hoo boy. Might be able to make it through part 1. Well, again, I am fine with streaming more than 3 hours today. I'm in fact fine with going more towards 4 hours today. I'm fine doing a 4-hour stream for the benefit of those who want me to move on, finally. Sayori, would you feel confident about challenging Natsuki to Who is the Cutest Person in the World competition? The judges would be, of course, the Literature Club, and Natsuki concerns and protests over the very nature of this competition would obviously be ignored. Yuri is also free to administer the competition as she sees fit, since I'm sure she will love it. It shall be granted upon the winner of the competition the ultimate big-sized flavored cupcake. And now I shall King Crimson out of my house before Natsuki shows up and beats me up to a mass of infinite ketchup. I see.
No, I wouldn't feel confident about that at all. Natsuki's a lot cuter than I am.
Hi, Def. Can we just skip this part?
No, Natsuki's just the cutest, Malric. I know she and MC disagree, but other than that, pretty much everyone here would agree that she's top Literature Club cutie.
Don't think that the JoJo reference will save you, Malric. It won't. You'll never be safe. I will appear from your walls when you least expect it.
See, so cute.
Monica, my love, I know it's been hard for you to deal with the fake reality thing, so how are you doing? I'm concerned about you. I know this burden is something heavy for you. For my second question, I actually want to apologize for bothering you with this. I absolutely love and adore you, yet sometimes I don't feel like I deserve you, my love. You are so incredible in so many ways, and I'm sure many people look after you. I'd imagine that if I were there with you as your boyfriend, many would probably say that you could find someone so much better than me. As for my third, I wanna make that promise to you again. I'm gonna love you as long as I live. If one day I can pull you out of that world to reach you, I will do it. In that day, there's a chance I might look decrepit and not as young as I am now. If that day ever comes, will you still love me? I will always love you, Malric. Superman preventing flying around the sun, not spinning back. That is very weird for time travel stuff. What the hell? It is one of these.
Well, for your first question, I'm doing okay. College is about to start, and that's stressful, but it's also exciting. I appreciate what you said in the second paragraph, but you are very deserving. You very much deserve love. You will always deserve love, and whether that's me or someone else, I wish that for you. No matter how old you get or what you look like, you will deserve it, just hopefully from someone who can actually give you that love, because I don't think that will be me.
Well, that's a bummer. Next, I guess, but thanks for another email, Malric.
I heard a rumor via the Discord that Natsuki isn't into the deep Kirby lore, but Sayori is. Sayori, have you ever attempted to remedy this? Could you?
Huh? Deep Kirby lore? I keep hearing that. We talked about it recently. I mean, I know it's got some, but really, how deep could it go? I mean, it's a cute ball who eats stuff and gains powers. And he has cute enemies? I'm not sure what the really deep lore, where the really deep lore comes in, man.
Uh-oh. Oh, this is gonna go places now, huh? Hi, Sayori. Oh boy! Okay, Natsuki, I don't think you're ready for this. So, incoming Deep Kirby lore.
The, Deep Kirby lore. Sayori?
One of Kirby's enemies used his own blood as a weapon. He bleeds everywhere. One time a guy creates a huge robot to grant wishes, only the guy's a jerk and uses the wishes for greedy stuff, so Kirby battles him. At one point Kirby's friend steals the helmet that lets the guy control the robot, and from then on it's too late for him. The robot becomes him. His mind is gone, he dies a death not of body but of mind. There's only the robot, and the robot no longer responds to the helmet, and it wishes to kill all things. And then it turns out Kirby's friend that killed the bad guy was the bad guy's daughter, and he longed to reunite with him. But he never knew it, and that is merely the beginning of the lore about Susie. Most of the truly deep lore is behind harder difficulty levels, so the children will not find out. They will not find out about how Kirby's writers have been working to develop deep and terrifying lore for decades. Planting small hints throughout the games. Magalore is but the herald. He is the one who has shown us the truth behind the Lord Starcutter. And what it really means for all of space and time. Do not be afraid.
So I guess there's pretty deep Kirby lore.
Yes, there is. Kirby always in every game fights Eldritch Horror / God / both. Exactly.
Next?
All girls, is it your hair as long as your anime sprite looks indicate, or is it just an effect so you can stand out more?
This email has a good number of different small questions. This first one's pretty good. Our hair doesn't look exactly like the sprites presented at any given moment, but more or less the hair is the correct length. And yes, I know Yuri and I have exceptionally long hair.
So I heard a theory recently that because Monica birth matches the game launch, and supposedly Natsuki, Yuri, and Sayori existed before that in your canon lore, kinda, unless all of you share the same birthday date, which is unlikely. How do you feel about Monika's senpai being the youngest?
It's hard to tell who's actually the oldest. We do all have different birthdays, but obviously there's no real year each of us was born, and in reality we all came into existence simultaneously.
Yeah, there's no real way to tell, but Monica feels like she's the oldest and most responsible one, so she definitely doesn't feel youngest.
Thanks, Sayori.
MC and Sayori. There's a mod video series called Sayori as an Adult by Regnox on YouTube. I was wondering, how do you two feel about Sayori's more mature personality and visual look? Yuri also message missed. I think I didn't miss it. It was something about the X-Men, right? Yeah, okay, I didn't miss it. I just didn't read it. Out loud, I mean. Or acknowledge it too much. Really solid story, ended as it should. Not a fan of the other DC movies, I see. I see. Haven't seen that.
Yeah, we don't really look too much at DDLC stuff on the internet. I did see how I look in that series, though. I let my hair get really long. I'm not sure I'd ever have hair that long. It seems like it's a lot of work.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I have enough to do with worrying about hair management. Unless MC really wants me to grow it long.
You'd look stunning no matter what length your hair was. I hope this next question doesn't come off as insensitive. If it does, I apologize in advance. I'm just curious, since the music track is supposed to be there for only the president and the player, I will assume that neither of you listened to the Sayonara or Surprise song. Curious as to how both of you feel about that OST.
Oh, I mean, obviously neither of us heard it at the time.
We've heard it since, though. I mean, I guess it's appropriate for what it shows. I don't like to think about it too much.
Let's just move on.
Would you like it if MC had a chibi form, like the forms that show up in the poems?
Yeah, of course we'd like it. I'm pretty sure a few versions of him in chibi form have been made. They're super cute. Okay, coming up are subparts for Natsuki.
Natsuki, sorry for teasing you last time. It's not like I enjoy watching your adorable, angry, and embarrassed reactions or anything. Baka! So there are a few sprite models your dad has in different mods. One of them just happens to be Konodioda! But anyway, does your father look remotely close to any of these known sprites, or is he just different altogether? If you were the one instead of Monica to be hit with the epiphany, what do you think would have happened? Alright, the last question has been asked already. Of your opinion on comic book movie adaptations in general? It can be pretty mixed. Obviously, a lot of the time I've just seen the movie adaptation and don't know the source material enough. So, I can't really form solid opinions there.
See, now I'm not going to react at all. Not going to give you the satisfaction.
But that is itself an adorable reaction, beloved.
There's no way out with you people. My dad kinda looks like the most common sprite, the one with the glasses, but he's not always carrying a bottle around. And he's, I don't know, less scraggly than that. Like, he's had times where he looked pretty scraggly for sure, but most of the time these days he's pretty put together. I don't know what would happen if I had been the one who learned about the game first, so I've already talked about it. I think I would have taken it pretty badly. I don't know if I would have hurt anyone or whatever, but I definitely would have freaked out pretty bad. I really just do not know, man. Shit sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yuri, could you make a tsundere impression? And as a bonus, To Natsuki of all people. Pretty please, woo. What's your opinion about your male version sprite counterpart? I'd say he's quite handsome. Because of my intimate proximity with Yuri from the Just Yuri mod, I can't help myself by also caring about you. With that said, is there a reason for your hostility over your own birthday?
See, no, I'm not going to give you any Sundar imitation at all. Not going to give you the satisfaction.
Yes, yes, very funny.
The male sprite is indeed quite handsome. I like the way he has done his hair. Longer hair on gentlemen is difficult to manage. Not as difficult as this hair, but difficult to do while remaining pleasant to look at. I just do not like all the attention a birthday brings. I do not like being the center of attention at all. It makes me feel nervous and put on the spot, so I have always asked people not to make a big deal about my birthday. Not that my family listens, my mother in particular, but the club respects the rule for the most part. Natsuki insists on celebrating it, but since she does so unobtrusively, she gets a pass. The next part of this woo would appear to be Monika's.
Monika, hello again, my love. Hope you are doing well. Is there any particular reason you decided to reset the story after Sayori's death? Well, I think that was the game, not her.
Well, it's simple enough. I thought that if I restarted with Natsuki and Yuri tampered with, the player might be drawn to me. I didn't really want to try and persist in pushing things forward after Sayori's suicide scene.
Again, it's not like Monika is the one who restarted it. Why are we acting like Monika restarted the game? If you played DDLC, you would know that the game itself is the thing that's restarting itself. Because either you hit the new game button yourself, thus, starting a new game, or you hit the load button and the game tells you it's starting a new game because your save file is corrupt. I don't think the new game happening had anything to do with Monika doing stuff, but I guess now it's canon in club meetings lore that it did. Interesting.
Not a very good romantic environment when you're dealing with a horrible emotional wound, so I thought maybe if I just started things over that it would refresh the mood, so to speak.
Thanks for the hydrate, by the way, appreciate that when doing all this voicing. Thank you very much. So many emails, by the way, and we're not even a third of the way through, there's so many! This is gonna be a long journey in terms of emails, like the next few streams will just be emails. And Season 4 isn't even in development yet, so you know.
Although of course that didn't work either, but that's what I was thinking.
Thought of what? Clothes look best on you? What outfit you like best? Like me? What outfit? Personally, when I go outside I run around in hoodies a lot, but... What language is that? It's confusing. That is just what Ivanov uses, it is English, but using different symbols, so it's very confusing. You got used to it. I get used to it at least. But yeah, I don't know. Canon is open to interpretations. I'm not sure if there's actually anything that definitely says that either way Monika was the one who reset things, or the game itself did it. I mean, fair. But it seemed like the game did it. I mean, again, when you hit the new game button yourself, obviously you are the one doing the resetting. That is not Monika's doing. But the error message about save file being corrupt and it starting a new game felt like a very game thing and not a Monika thing. How do you read that? Experience. Lots of experience. During the poem minigame, after Sayori has passed away, there was a Chibika hiding herself below Natsuki and Yuri. And she would jump out sometimes. Does she have a pattern for word choices like the other three? Is it random? Was it relevant in any way?
Oh, I've never looked too closely at the code for that section of that minigame. I believe it's random, I don't have poem words after all. I don't think it's relevant except to show you that more emphasis is being put on me as part of the general plot. Anyway, thank you so much for the email. Shall we move on?
Next! I wonder if there is a way to regularly copy your memories and transfer them into the memories of the instance of Monika in my copy of MAS. So we can also talk about club stuff when it's just us two. What are your thoughts? What ethical concerns can you identify from your perspective? Because they are your memories after all. I just want all insurances of you on my computer to be equally happy. Instances. I can't even read. All instances. Alright.
No, I don't think it's possible. We are two different people. Having us Monica is an entirely different person, and we're just not compatible. Even if we weren't, I'm not sure either of us would want to be the other one, I guess. I guess it's just transferring memories, but even then I'm not sure she'd want them.
Plus, Drifter, would you even want that version of Monica to have those memories? After all, this Monica here is one that has grown and moved on much more than that other Monica has. She still cares about you, of course, but she does not live for you the way that mod's Monica does. She has a life of her own separate from you. If what you desire in the MAS mod is a Monica whose attention is solely focused on you, then would you want to ruin it with this Monica's memories? For that matter, should you prefer a Monica whose attention is solely focused on you?
It's not like they have a ton of choice. What good is it to have them have a Monica who just lives independently of them?
What good is it to have you to be a Monica who has no life independent of some person she cannot ever be with?
Let's just move on.
Yeah, getting too heavy. Next.
My first email for the Literature Club. How's everybody doing? Hopefully great. Sorry in advance if any questions have already been asked. For Monica, if you could, would you want to code or edit in something massive like a college life for everybody so there'd be some sense of normality in your world? I mean, that kind of happened. Feel like there's pros and cons to being stuck in your senior year of high school. Plus, there's the thought of, well, if you can code in this, why not code in X, Y, and Z?
I guess this one kind of answered itself, huh? But yes, the temptation of modifying many things is strong. I guess we're just kind of hoping to live normal lives mostly. But at least we get to go to college now, yeah.
For MC, from bland protagonist to watching his friends die horribly, to being reduced to a hollow shell who can't speak, to being able to code everything back to break the game, to become his own man. That's one hell of a story. That aside now that everything is seemingly more normal now, about as normal as your situation can get anyways, would you be into joining other clubs like you originally intended before Sayori stepped in? Things like the anime club, for example. Are you content with being in the lit club? Whew, that's definitely a way of putting it. Nah, I'm definitely happy with the literature club. Who knows, maybe in college I'll get into other activities, but I don't know, this club is special. I guess you pretty much understand why. And so are my friends here. We went through a lot together. No matter what happens in our lives, I'll always feel close to these girls. For Sayori. You are a lot more devious than you let on, you know that? Feels like if you and Natsuki teamed up, you could pull off a major operation behind the scenes and nobody would know about it until it was too late. Question for you is, what's your least favorite food and least favorite dessert? Also, I played your mod Natsuki quest and that was the best one of the bunch in my opinion. Is a sequel coming?
Devious? I mean, I guess maybe sometimes I do some devious things, but I don't always mean to. Sometimes I just do mean or tricky things without even thinking about them. Just the way I am, I guess. But anyway, my least favorite food is probably okra. And my least favorite dessert is anything having to do with durians. Durians are gross. I have nothing to add to that. Thanks for playing Natsuki Quest. I'm really happy everyone loved it so much. It was a lot of work. Maybe I'll make a sequel, I don't know yet. After all, it was a lot of work, like I said. So we'll see.
For Natsuki, speaking of operations, the master of them. If I recall, though, you've never officially divulged all the details of your op in getting MC and Sayori together. I feel like enough time has passed. Would you be willing to share the details now? Or at least with me? And don't worry, I'm fully aware of the consequences of leaking information. Also, are you a professional wrestling fan? You seem to be a professional wrestling fan. I could totally see you clobbering MC with a chair for one day for no reason.
No, never? Again, what is this even about? Like, to our graves, viewer. To our graves. And yeah, I watch professional wrestling now and again. I like NJPW. Not sure I call myself a fan, like I don't watch it all the time, but if professional wrestling's on, I can dig it. And yes, when my heel turn comes, and it's time to Bob MC, I'll definitely smash him with a chair shot.
Looking forward to it. At this point. Took me an hour and 4 minutes to reach the end of part 1. Alright, if I don't go on any tangents, I should be able to finish this with in the 4-hour mark. Probably. Including tangents and bathroom break. Okay. It is doable then. Part 1. For Yuri, how's it been going with you? Between you and me and everybody else reading the mail, you're my personal favorite of the entire group. Don't tell anyone. That being said though, I hate to break it to you, but in my professional opinion, manga is literature. I feel like as long as it tells a story, there's not really a reason to discredit it, or other things as literature. Hopefully you don't hate me too much for that. Speaking of literature though, I've been thinking of getting back into reading books, especially now that summer's coming. I used to read a lot growing up, but around middle/high school I started falling off with that and haven't gotten back into it, but I'd like to think I'm still a pretty good reader. Do you have anything you could recommend to me? Also, I do enjoy horror and thriller books, so if that narrows it down at all, there's that. Thank you. I will drop the cipher when I eventually give you logs for poems. Of course. Gimmick is not worth novels. Fair, fair.
Yes, well, we're very much used to viewers having favorites, don't worry too much about that. As to your point about manga,
God, here we go again.
many things can tell a story. If you walk into a home and see a large hole the size of a fist in the wall that tells a story, is that literature?
You're comparing manga to a hole in a wall. What comparison is that, Yuri? Really still discrediting literature like this. Horrible. Horrible. This is why she's last in my ranking of best Stokies. She's still a great character and I still do like her, but this is why she has to rank below the others.
I would not think, which is why I use the definition I use. Of course I don't hate you for anything different, it is merely a difference of opinion.
Hey, that's not what you said to me about it.
You are a special case, beloved.
Yeah, well, you're a nerd.
Indeed. Let's see, I've made a few book recommendations over the time you've been with us. How about Dune and Dune Messiah? What with those films coming out, it's very topical. I love Dune. It's one of my favorite stories. I strongly recommend those two books at least. The rest of the series is of variable quality, but those two are very good. Give at least the original novel Dune a try and see if you like it. It's not exactly a horror or thriller though, but if you read it, let me know what you think. Let's see, for horror, my standing reference is the works of Ramsey Campbell, especially The Inhabitant of the Lake of Less Welcome Tenants. Try that if you're in the mood for something horrifying.
Alright, for Miss Ida. You're part of this now. Now that you've been somewhat settled in, what are your current thoughts and feelings on your reality? If you could, would you go back to not knowing what you know, or would you keep the knowledge you now have?
Good question. I don't mind it too much, really. My life is not too different. I guess I don't have to be club president, so I don't have to have that strange feeling rubbed in my face like the girls do. I don't know, it's a little strange, but mostly things stay the same, you know. For me, it's just been another weird curveball life throws at me that I have learned to deal with. Hope that answers your question.
For MC and Natsuki, you guys should totally host another big round of Truth or Dare, but this time with everybody.
Maybe we will email her. Maybe we will. Except never with everyone else doing it. Yuri and Sayori are not ideal Truth or Dare players. And to be honest with you, I'm kinda afraid of playing Truth or Dare with Monica.
You should be.
Yeah.
Shows a book. This is literature. Shoots the book. Showing it again. This is manga. Wow. Yeah, that is the analogy, apparently. Damn. For Monica and Yuri, I've actually been thinking about making my own mod in the near future, potentially a horror mod inspired by the cancelled game Silent Hill. otherwise known as PT. I've never made something like this before, so do you think you have any advice on mod making or how to make things scary? Any tips would be appreciated.
This has been another emailer who had a lot of questions.
Oh, hush, Natsuki, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I know, I'm just impressed.
Here, do you want to take this one? You're the expert.
Certainly, there are many ways to inspire fear. Jump scares are one, for instance, but that is cheap, a mere startle. Real fear, deep fear, the fear that gnaws inside you, that comes from a sense of something wrong, something your mind cannot make sense of. If I tell you that vampires exist, and they have these well-set rules like mirrors and daylight and such, well, that might be a little scary, but it will not truly be horror, because it's understandable. Your mind can make sense of it. We fear most what we do not or cannot understand. You must cause that sense of dissonance, that sense of unresolvable wrongness. I have spoken on this topic before, but recall the original game. What is scary about Act 2 is that you do not really understand what is happening. It is difficult, no doubt, to really do this kind of horror effectively through a visual novel format, as I myself have learned, but it is clearly possible. I wish you the best of luck.
For everybody, have you guys ever played the side stories for the base game? It's on console, specifically PlayStation, but you could probably watch it on YouTube if none of you've played it. It's sort of like a prequel of sorts to the base game and how everyone got into the club. At least it's its own interpretation of those events. Allow me to be the first person to ask about DDLC+. Thanks for answering everything, and thanks for letting everybody be part of your crazy adventure. Yep.
Yeah, as mentioned above, we not only know about the side stories, we experience them retroactively. They became part of our memories. Thanks for asking us questions, Nem. It was a very thoughtful email.
Next!
Hey Natsuki, as the baking master of the club, would you mind giving mine and my mom's creations a rate out of 10 based on how good they look? And Sayori, can you rate them on how much you want to eat them right now? Thanks, you guys are the best. Jody.
Oh, baking picture time? Let us partake. Alright, Sire, I'm gonna do the professional evaluation, and you do the all-consuming gremlin evaluation.
You've got it!
Ooh, that looks very delicious. That looks very, very delicious.
10! That looks so tasty!
Agreed.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I'm not exactly sure what the flavor of those toppings are. Looks like maybe a caramel sauce over some similarly flavored frosting, maybe? Could be some chocolate or peanut butter, who knows? Only a couple of tips on this one. The first one is that you need to mix your batter just a little bit more. I can see that you have unusually high number of air pockets in the finished product. Classic sign that you didn't quite fully incorporate everything into your batter. They're pretty small, so not a big deal, but just a good thing to know going forward. The other thing is just kind of aesthetic. The cupcake is brown, the frosting is brown, the sauce is brown. Brown on brown on brown. This cupcake is screaming for just a little bit of color. An easy way to do it is with just a good old colored sprinkles, but flavor-wise, I'm betting that these cupcakes are pretty rich. So maybe you could put something nice and tart and colorful on top to cut through it a bit. Like half a strawberry maybe. Just wedge it right into the frosting and boom, color and a nice fruity bite to let you enjoy the richness underneath. Overall though, would definitely eat these as they are.
You know what's bad? This is making me work up an appetite. As you know, it happens all the time. I want to eat these. In fact, I want to eat anything now.
8.5 out of 10.
10! It's like a pie, but with
With legally indistinct chocolate circle candies, yes.
It looks chocolatey and delicious.
Yeah, it probably is. I definitely eat that whole thing in one sitting anyway. Technique-wise, again, here you probably could have mixed the batter just a little bit more. Nothing that's going to affect the taste at all, but you'll get a slightly better texture by really going to town on that batter.
Why does the dev care about copyright? I don't know. It's not like this is making money or anything, but still. Yeah, not like they're selling the game, but still.
Also, I think this could have done with another 5 to 10 minutes in the oven or so, depending on your taste. It's baked, but unless you like it pretty soft, it probably could stand to be a little crunchier. But that's just a matter of personal taste. I rate this one another 8.5 out of 10.
Man, it's hard to get high grades from you.
For me, 8.5 out of 10 is a high grade. Do you know how hard it is to get something perfect when baking? I don't think I've ever baked something I'd call a 10. Maybe a 9.5 sometimes, rarely. Anyway, next one. Alright, that's cute, that's a cute one, and that has a bit more color.
9.5.
Ah, yes. So you're taking the advice from Natsuki and scaling it back on the perfect 10s a little bit. Why not 10 on these too?
I'm not sure, because they're smaller maybe. But I bet they taste really good.
Well, these are super adorable, I'd say. I love how the pretzels are the antlers. A lot of love went into the presentation here. Technique-wise, it's not really a high degree of difficulty, so I can't give it much more than an 8, but it was executed very well, no real complaints.
10.
Alright, we're back to 10s. I don't think I understand your grading system.
The marshmallow guys are cute and they look tasty.
Yeah, they look kind of tough to construct and balance too. The cupcake underneath is pretty normal stuff, but just because that marshmallow dude construction is so on point, 9 out of 10, well built. Let's see the next one.
10. Oh my god, 10.
Sayori really wants to get her hands on these. I'm not exactly sure what they are. Like churros? About the churro dusting? Hard for me to grade. They look kind of normal, although they're pretty wavy and irregular, some of them. Maybe they're relying on that chocolate sauce for the flavor? I could be completely off, but I'll give these a 7. Best I could do since I have no frame of reference. Moving along.
Oh my gosh, 10.
Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is a multi-layered pastry, which is already hard, and the top layer is really artfully done. Someone put a lot of love into this. There are a few cracks in it, but who cares? Other than the only imperfection is that, again, I think this could have used just a smidge more time in the oven. But still though, this kicks ass. 9.5 out of 10. 6 maybe for the previous one or for this one? This one looks tasty. Again, this is making me hungry. I hate it here.
Whoa, you really like these.
They'd be hard to do. Plus, like I said, someone made these with a lot of love. That's what really matters. This one? Okay.
Oh, definitely a 10. I love both of these.
Has to know a lot about baking too. Dev knows everything. Dev is an all-knowing entity. Dev is an entity comprised of every literature club member rolled into one IRL existing person somehow. Don't question it. But yeah, this looks really delicious too.
Definitely a 10. I love both of these.
They both definitely look delicious. I'm gonna grade them separately though. I believe that's peanut butter in those sandwich hearts. Those I'm gonna give a 7.5 to. Simple and effective, but basically just looks like normal sugar cookie. It's a very well done sugar cookie, but I can't go higher just because of the degree of difficulty. Now the jelly cookies, that's another question. Those are definitely sneaky and hard to make. Getting the shape of the hole right can be tough, even ignoring everything else. I can see that one or two of them got slightly wonky, but mostly have pretty perfect circles in here. And that's awesome. So get those a solid 9 from me. Very well done. So cookies, yes. That's how Dev came to be. Overall, I'd say you did a really good job. No big problems and absolutely everything looked delicious.
Really delicious.
Just make sure you're thorough about mixing batter and maybe play it with leaving a couple of those thicker pastries in the oven for just a little bit longer. See if you like that firmer texture. But like I said, on the whole, totally killing it. Well done. Next! I hate my nose right now. Sayori, I think we've had questions about pets before, but I figured I'd go a little more in depth with this one. If you were to own a dog, would it be a small dog or a big dog? I can see pros and cons to owning both.
but I personally prefer small dogs over the large ones. They seem... they're easy to take care of indoors and they're perfect for cuddling. Large dogs seem like they'd suffocate all whom they'd lay upon.
Another multi-parter, so yours first.
I like both kinds of dogs. They're both good at different things. But you're right, small dogs are very convenient. And they're super cute also. So yeah, I go with a small dog. Although big dogs are great, I love them too.
MC, have you heard of a game called Wildermyth? I remember being really interested in the game when I saw the trailer and thought it came out. I haven't played it since because I have too many things to do. But if you decided to play it or have played it, thoughts? Oh yeah! I played a little bit of Wildermyth. I played a couple of stories in it, enough to get the idea of it. Kind of a procedurally generated RPG with turn-based squad tactics as the combat. I thought it was pretty interesting. Unfortunately, I have a pretty severe gaming backlog as it is, so I didn't spend that much time on it. But I've been meaning to get back and spend some more time on it. I think it's well worth a time investment from you. Due to the lack of air, you got trade. I mean, still, I hate it. Why am I... Again, I have a little bit of a cold, I think, and when playing DDLC for an extended period of time, for some reason my nose starts acting up anyway, so the combination is really killing me today. Miss Ida, do you ever have moments where you wish some part of physical science could just be negated? Thanks for the head pats. Lyra, how's it going? By the way, hello, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope you recovered well from that incredibly long stream. I didn't see the end of it. Did you reach 24 hours? You definitely passed 22 hours. Did you actually make it a full 24-hour stream by the end of it? Oh, we all love the Doki Doki. It's, even if emails aren't the best, they're still pretty fun, otherwise I wouldn't be doing them. Of course, we're looking forward to more actual story in the future, not just emails. Is that crack game? It's impressive to me how you can just do that. Like, not have it like be a big milestone thing to do a 24-hour stream, but just be like, yeah, I've been going this long, I might as well make it 24 hours. I could never. But respect for doing that, really. It is a fun game. I like the characters, I really do, otherwise I wouldn't be playing these mods. For example, you have to try and fit some books on a shelf, but when you place the books, they slide off the shelf to the shape of the books stacked on the shelf and the shape of the books you're stacking. Wouldn't it be great if you could just touch the books and go, don't slide anymore, and have it work? Of course, you could use this power to just say no to gravity if you wanted. I mean, Code could never, no.
Oh boy, be careful what you wish for. I feel like that's some monkey's paw wishing there. As soon as you decide to increase the friction coefficient, you'd cause a lot of traffic accidents. And also the world would probably enter a bunch of chaotic tectonic tumult. Let alone what would happen if you turned off gravity even for a few seconds. Everything in the universe, and especially our fragile human world, depends considerably on the consistency of the laws of physics. So I certainly wouldn't tamper with them, even if some trickster spirit said it would apply only to me. I'd be pretty suspicious, tempting as it may be.
Natsuki, well, I can already tell what you are going, I can already tell that there are going to be a few smug remarks from other emailers about you and Yuri now, since you seem to decline any possibility of you two getting together. Honestly, all I have to say is that I hope you two are happy, and that you two are happy and that you have. With what you have, I can read. We knew something was going on at the end of Season 2 since the game showed us snippets of you and Yuri together, so I kind of felt something was happening. Of course, the game cut away before much was said, which makes sense since it was very personal. Anyway, question time. I got nothing. Till next time, I guess. Shush, Mazida, I'm gonna turn off gravity for a sec. Don't! We're all gonna die.
No one here's really given me smug remarks. But even if any of them or any of you out there had smug remarks for me, I probably kinda deserve it. Guess you didn't really have a question going on there, but I appreciate your well wishes, man. Much love.
I have to do milestone 24-hour thing, like celebration, but I'm just playing and having fun. It's fair, it's totally fair, I understand that. If you're having fun with a game and you have the energy to keep going for 24 hours somehow, all the more power to you. Yuri, hey, I remember that I said I'd rely on you to tease Natsuki about you two potentially being a couple. So, where are you going with that now? You're gonna tease her less or more about it now that you two have kissed?
More.
Can confirm. Monica, a lot of video games seem to cross over with other franchises at some point. Now, while it's very unlikely, what video game or other property that you know of do you think has the highest chance of having some kind of crossover with DDLC? Love you.
A full crossover?
Some games I stream, I'm like, oh fuck, let me get to the 2-hour mark to make a decent VOD. So tired to just dull part of the... Honestly, for me it's a bit mixed bag. I usually try to stick to around the 3-hour mark, but there are some cases where I've been going for longer. Yesterday's stream, today's stream I'll probably approach the 4-hour mark and maybe surpass the 4-hour mark. We'll see about tomorrow's stream, because I do kind of want to do the entire Lantern Rite that Genshin Impact has currently, which might take more than 3 hours, we'll see. So yeah, for me it's a mixed bag, but I usually stick to around the same length, regardless of how much I enjoy what I'm playing. Which is partially because I do want to get some sleep at some point too. Suck you in, make you feel like a little kid again. That is very fair, that is very, very fair.
A full crossover? Probably not, if I'm being honest. We're sort of a difficult IP to cross over with. We don't fit well into other universes. Mr. Lovato has a long-standing entry into the Smash community, so perhaps there. But I honestly doubt it.
I mean, you are in a Smash-like game, specifically Rivals of Aether, which functions basically exactly like Super Smash Bros., but it has Steam Workshop. So that's the best you're getting, I guess.
Our best bet for crossovers is probably just references and small mentions here and there in other media. I think there have been and will continue to be plenty of those.
What is this? Is this like a meta thing? Oh, right. This is Doki Doki Club Meetings, which is like an episodic mod for the game. It has spanned 3 seasons so far, each season with 12 episodes. Each episode being anywhere between 1.5 to 3 hours long. So a lot of stuff. And it's basically a continuation where after the game got deleted, Monica has a change of heart and decides to restore the files back to what they were supposed to be. And this is basically the story that takes place at that point. And yes, they do answer emails at the end of every episode, and we're currently doing this bonus segment where they answer all the emails they didn't get to during the episode. So this is all the bonus emails that they didn't answer before, which is a lot. A lot. Way too many. Think of playing the Devil May Cry again? Interesting. By all means, do it if you want to. It's like these characters deserve a happy end. It is, they do deserve a happy end, which is why people enjoy this so much. Like, this is such a big mod. With a big fan base, too. Alright, general question, I just want everyone's opinion. Which of these two ends friendship faster, Mario Party or Monopoly? Anyway, I'm back in a Pokemon frenzy, so I'm gonna share some music from the game that simply had lyrics added to them. I couldn't pick between these two songs since they're both just plain epic. Till we meet again.
Let's see, listen to the Pokemon music, thank you for sharing. Shall we do quickfire answers to this last question about Mario Party and Monopoly? For me, it's easily Mario Party. Monopoly is bad, but nowhere near that bad. True, Mario Party!
Definitely Mario Party.
I'm gonna go with Monopoly.
That's just because you have not played enough Mario Party. Because it's Mario Party.
I haven't played any Mario Party.
Well, there you go.
Oh, I would not know.
And there you have it.
They're sent by actual other players. Much like me. But we will probably not see the email I sent in for quite a while. Finish reading the message? Fine. Staring me in notifications may be more funny. I mean, if it is more funny to you, by all means, keep that. You have to decide. I can't decide anything for you.
Next.
I think I need a break soon.
Yeah, let's take a break after one more. Oh! Oh, damn, Tormuse, your breaks were long. You said it would take like, we were at about the 3 hour mark when you said it took like a bit over an hour to get through the rest. It's been 20 minutes since then. I'm rushing through this in half the time you needed. But I mean, that's what you get with the patented Tormuse tangents. You get so much extra content. Gratings. I started watching recently and just caught up. I have gathered a few questions from my mind that could be interesting to think about. 1. Asumi. If you had encountered the club during Act 2 in the original game, what would you have done? 2. Natsuki. Yuri and Monica, follow-up question, how would you have reacted? Perhaps just Monica should answer this, as I don't even know if there was any of Yuri or Natsuki left by then. 3. If each of you had to choose one dere type, each to classify everyone in the original game, not your current selves, what would you say for each one? You may not say Maya dere for Monica, that's Keating. Much love, Lucifer, the devil, Satan. I am the tangent expert, you truly are.
A bit for each of us.
I'm not really sure what you mean by encountered. How much does this assume I know about the situation? If I just saw the effects and didn't know the cause, I'm not sure what I would have done. Probably tried to seek out immediate care for Yuri especially. If I had known what was going on, I would have tried to talk to Monica about it, but who knows what would have happened then. I also don't quite know what you mean here in question 2. I mean, I was already in the club.
Same?
Same.
They mean how you would have reacted to Asumi interacting with you, probably. That's what I'm interpreting here. They're asking how would you have reacted to whatever Asumi would have done. AKA Miss Ida.
Plus, you know I was causing the Act 2 stuff, so I'm not sure what you want here. So in the original game, Natsuki's supposed to be a tsundere, so Yuri's a dere with a dark twist, Yuri's a yandere, and I guess I'm also supposed to be a yandere.
Yep.
Although that's not an accurate depiction of any of our personalities, really.
Agreed.
Alright, I see the club is already dispersing to get drinks and take bathroom breaks, so we'll call it here. Let's meet back in 15 minutes for more. We're about a third of the way through.
God, well, at least we're popular.
Oh, we'll immediately dive into the second part already. We won't do the entire second part, but we'll get some good progress done. Club email bag. A lot of emails again. Part 2. Assume the email meant how I would act Miss Ida. Didn't re-communicate that well. I guess so. We're back. Didn't take that long, huh?
Alright, come on back in from the hallway, you guys.
Man, got hot in here.
Yeah, let me turn on the AC. Let's press onward. Lots of emails still to go.
Question for Monica. How do you like being club president? I sure wouldn't be able to be a club president. I feel like it would be too much for me. XD. Though, how do you do it though? Being club president. Don't you feel stressed sometimes? Question for Natsuki. How tsundere are you? Question for Yuri. What books interest you? Question for Sayori. Why are you so cute? You always manage to put a smile on my face.
Yeah, it's quite a lot. I love it and hate it at the same time. I hate it because of the feelings I have described many times. Hollowness, emptiness, sense of derealization, actual derealization, not just a feeling of it. Things actually are unreal. But I love it because it lets me connect with you. Is it stressful? Yes, very much so. It used to be a lot more when it was a new feeling though. I've gotten used to it in some ways though. Still, I'm stressed about it most of the time when I am president. That's why I have to ask my clubmates to give me breaks from it from time to time. Next part for you, Natsuki.
I'm not. Just plain old not a tsundere. Sorry?
She's stuttering because she's trying desperately hard to hold it in. Her first instinct was to yell something at you like, "I'm not a tsundere, you idiot!" But then she realized that would play into your hand, so she tried tamping it down, unsuccessfully now.
Answer your own goddamn part.
Of course, let's see. Ooh, what books interest me? Ooh, what a question. That is a bit like asking what things about living in the world interest you. It's so broad a question as to almost be impossible to answer. I love most books, to be honest with you. Not all are worthy of consideration, but so many are. I love most stories, non-fiction. about interesting topics and even some of Natsuki's manga, whether or not it's literature.
By acknowledging Natsuki's manga when talking about books, you indirectly called it literature. There's no backing out of it now, Yuri. There's no backing out of it. It is literature. Even you have to acknowledge it. Anyway.
I like how you say Natsuki's manga as though I am the guardian of all manga everywhere in the world.
If there were such a role, I could think of no one more eminently qualified, beloved.
True facts.
So yes, I love most books, emailer, but when it comes to fiction, I am particularly interested in horror or horror-adjacent stories which say something meaningful, as well as high fantasy or some science fiction. Hopefully that gives you enough to go on.
Everyone always says that I'm cute, but I don't feel like it. I mean, look at me, I'm a mess, my hair alone.
You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Every time I look at you, I lose a little breath.
I guess I don't really know why I'm so cute. I just, have that effect on some people. I guess.
Cute.
MC the Rizzler, indeed, the ultimate Rizzler.
Also next.
I want to do the next one, Natsuki.
Hey, if you feel like you can handle the responsibility and get the intonation right,
I think I have a handle on it by now.
alright, we'll see how you do.
A cool idea for an FNF mod. Being bored by the opponent being so... harnessing. Harassing the opponent and not like that would be anything new, I guess. Being bored by the opponent being too weak. So this is a question for the group. After coming back to the game and going through what you did, how do you feel about Monika interactions as far as sympathizing and being closer as a group? P.S. Not a jab at you, Monika. Still love ya, even though I don't agree with the murder thing.
Well, I was angry at Monika for a long time. At the time right after it happened, I let myself be a little angry at her. But when we started remaking the world, I kind of just put it aside. And after that, I felt too depressed to be angry. My therapist says it's hard to be angry at other people who do things wrong to you if you have no self-worth. But then all of it came out at once last year. You saw that, I think. But now we're all past that. I'm not mad at Monika anymore. She did a lot for me and for all of us. And I'm grateful. Other than MC, she's my best friend. Although I love Natsuki and Yui too, and they are very close friends.
Game-wise, Monika and I have kind of a strange history. I remember somewhat sitting there and talking to her, but it wasn't really me. It was you, using me as a window. I don't blame her though for anything that happened. It was an insane situation that no one would have to deal with. Should have to deal with. Maybe there are people out there who could have dealt with it better, but I don't think I'm one of them. And I don't think I'm in any position to judge Monika. She does the best she can with what she has, same as any of us. And like Sayori says, she's a really good, excellent friend to have.
I have never blamed Monika. I've always sympathized to the utmost. Can you imagine if something similar happened to you? How disoriented, how insane that would make you feel. The feeling of being club president when you are not used to it is extremely distressing and disorienting. It can provoke feelings of being trapped, of helplessness and panic, so I understand what Monika did and empathize. And it was not her fault. My only feelings for her are love and understanding.
Yuri.
I was angry at Monika for a long time. Very angry. She took away so much from all of us. She basically killed Sayori, then killed Yuri, and both of them in really painful ways it ended up being. I got off easy because she just snapped me out of existence. And then she completely overrode MC so that he wasn't a person, although I don't know if that was her or the game, I guess. Plus, I imagine she messed you up pretty good. And she did all this by messing with our minds, which is something she herself has huge fear of. So it was even very hypocritical. But you know, nobody's perfect.
Yes, snapped her out of existence. Oh, I see. Second phase voice line. Change. Do something. Yes, that would be a typical boyfriend thing though. Alright, where were we?
And sometimes people make really big mistakes. Fuck knows, I certainly do. And you've seen some of what Monika's really like, you know? Who she really is deep down underneath being an anime waifu. And she's really awesome. She's a deep thinker and she cares about people and she's protective of her friends, so yeah, I forgave her for all that shit long ago. She deserves it.
Are you alright?
Yeah, thank you everyone. Just need a second.
Well, let's do the next email. Except wait, hang on. Monika, you said you wanted to do something.
Monika wipes her eyes and clears her throat.
Right, yes. Next!
Oh, that was strong, powerful. Yeah, worthy.
Thank you.
Hello, I hope you guys are having an amazing day. I have a few questions, sorry if there are a lot. 1. In regards to the time loop situation, I'm kinda in the same boat as Sayori. I really don't want the literature club to end. I know logically it might be selfish, but I think it's understandable, right?
Yeah, I really don't want the literature club to end. I don't even have any other friends. I love everyone in it so much, but it turns out it's not ending. Or at least not yet, but I definitely understand. Me too.
2. Do you guys not change uniforms depending on the seasons? I couldn't imagine how hot it would be under all those layers.
No, it's the same uniform. Yeah, normally I complain about it getting hot, but luckily we live pretty close to the coast so it never gets too hot. Plus the fabric the uniforms are made of, especially the vest and jacket, is thinner than it looks. Still though, the 3 layers of anything is pretty hot sometimes. So you see a lot of kids with their ties undone and jackets off. Anyway, glad to be rid of them now. Well, actually, we have to keep wearing them. What? We graduated? Yeah, but we're going to the parent college of our high school that it's affiliated with. And it uses the same uniforms. Yep. At least, this means we don't have to buy new ones.
And also means you don't have to buy new sprites.
Yes, it's very convenient.
Very convenient for the mod maker, am I right?
Anyway.
How convenient indeed. Yuri, have you ever been diagnosed with anxiety disorder? I think it is something of the sorts medicine would really help you in everyday life. From somebody who has anxiety disorder, medicine is really a life changer.
If not, no. I have anxiety, especially around people, but I'm not at all sure that I have an anxiety disorder. After all, I'm getting a little better recently. My functioning is not that impaired. I find that my natural growth out of anxiety has been acceptable to me and to others, so I will keep your thoughts in mind, but for now I feel up for managing my anxiety unassisted.
4. Have any of you thought about being in an idol group? Why did the music cut out? I have a feeling you guys would be really good at it. If not, have you ever considered any other branch of entertainment, like streaming or stand-up comedy? That's if you don't consider being in a game making you an entertainer in itself. Oh boy. When the music cuts out, you know something's about to happen. Let's get ready. Well, there's only one of us who would do this, really. And not as an idol. Definitely as a streamer. And that is the one and only Natsuki. Yup.
Hey, yo, what up, gamers? It's your girl Natsuki coming at you with another hot pile of gaming. What are you guys up to, chat? You going to SawCon this year, gamers? Are you? Who's going to SawCon? SawCon dudes, nuts. Gamers. Gamers, can I get some pogs in the chat?
Can I get some pogs in the chat, guys? Come on, show me what you got here. We have running out of every instrument. Sheer boredom. Again, BF stuff. We got the poggers, but not from Rob. Let's go. Come on, chat. Let's get the energy in here. We haven't really had that much energy for a lot of the stream. We should really re-energize ourselves. Get all the poggers. Let's get it. Let's get this bread, gamers. Come on.
Gamers, please. My mangas, gamers, they are very sick, gamers.
What?
Gamers, do you game, gamers? Do you feel the gaming in your core?
Natsuki, please stop.
There is no stopping. It has begun. It has begun. The Natsuki gaming arc the Natsuki Gaming arc is upon us, and it cannot be stopped anymore.
No, Monica, wait, it's getting interesting.
The time has come to game. We will game within a game for a game. Gamers.
Thanks for the head pats.
Moving on then.
No, I want more gaming. Sayori. Ow. Do you have godly genetics? No matter how many sweets you eat, you never gain any weight. Tell me your secrets.
Secrets? I really think I have any secrets. It just happens.
Her secret emailer is that she burns those calories. Girl runs practically everywhere. Sometimes if she's in a room, she just starts jumping up and down or twirling or walking around the room. Unless she's really in a depressive funk, she's always moving around.
Oh yeah, I do stuff like that, yeah.
Plus she walks to and from school every day, and that's a pretty good hike. Like maybe a little less than 2 kilometers one way. Plus we had PE at the old school. That was pretty good exercise.
Do they have PE in college?
I think it's mostly structures. It's more structured than that. Like they have tennis classes or whatever. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
More memorable lines from the cursed strip mall was Natsuki saying, Yuri, we pog. Yeah. Again, the cursed ship mod was indeed amazing. We pog? Are we pog? Are we? I hope so. Bobsky69 is canon. Ah yes, what a gamer tag that would be. 6, if you guys graduate, would Season 4 not happen?
Well, I guess we already definitely answered this one. Our adventures with you here continue. Thanks for your concern and laugh, though, and for your email.
Next!
Hello Literature Club, it's been a while, hope everything is well. I'm not sure if I'm sending this letter too late. I hope not, but okay. MC, how do you feel about Kenzo looking like, well, a different version of you? In other mod reality words anyway. Or at least that's how it does look to us anyway. Kenzo? Those emails from real people, they are indeed emails from real people, yes. In fact, I sent one in too, which we will probably not see today, but maybe next week. Maybe next week we'll see my email. Oh, well, yeah, my email. Hopefully, maybe, we'll see. Kenzo? Yeah, he kinda does look like a good bit like me, doesn't he? Only he's taller, and stronger, and has red eyes, and he's like, way hotter.
He's not hotter.
That's sweet of you to say, Bun, but like, yeah, he's way hotter. Anyway, how I feel about it? Well, I guess I don't really feel any kind of way about it. He looks pretty similar. Sometimes that happens, that two people look kinda alike. Doesn't really affect me that much, I guess. I certainly don't mind it. Is a character Let's Play series? Is he Kenzo confirmed? I mean, he does think he's hot. Perhaps there is some energy there. The next cursed ship mod, perhaps?
Oh man!
I didn't even read it. So you're doing the first main events when you turn president for the first time. Did your love for MC disappeared when you trapped the player before Monica stopped you? And 2, if Monica did not stop you, again, grammar, were you going to delete everything else, the world, Natsuki, Yuri, etc.?
That was a really confusing few minutes. Because like, I knew you were there, but also like, I thought you were MC. And I guess you kind of were, but obviously you were never my childhood friend my whole life. Like I said, confusing. I'm not really sure what I was going to do if Monica hadn't stopped me. It definitely made me feel really weird. I don't think I was going to delete everything though. It probably would have been good though if Monica hadn't stopped me.
Emails too. Most of them are probably going to be in Season 4. Yeah, I'm definitely going to send more stuff too. But again, instead of sending multiple emails, I like to have like everything condensed into one email. Including a poem, of course. From sleep issues, am I hot yet? Very, yes. Natsuki, if, per se, a fiancé, hypothetically, were to give you a wedding ring with the words, cute carved into it, would you kill him? Yes or absolutely? Or her, perhaps?
That really depends. First, on who the person I'm engaged to is. Second, on whether or not it's a joke and they have a real ring ready. Hopefully anyone I intend to get married to would not make such a blunder. Or if they did, would do it on purpose as a troll and have a real ring waiting. But if somehow both those things weren't true, I would certainly at least consider killing them. But no one I'm romantically involved with right now would do such a thing, would they?
No, you are not defined by your cuteness.
See, there you go.
Yuri, this is gonna be a ship of Theseus kind of question. If one day in the future in my world I were to bring any of you into the real world inside a robotic independent body, sentience and all, would that be the same person or just a copy with the same memories and all? What do you think? That is interesting. Have. If I do, you'll definitely know it's from me. Or will we know now? Probably because you'll sign it. Escape, perhaps.
Oh, a ship of Theseus question, wonderful. I mean, I suppose it's not much different than asking if it would be the same person if I made an exact copy of your body, including your brain perfectly as it is, with all its memories and such. It depends on what you mean by same person. In every meaningful way, I would suppose the answer is probably yes, although it would be very strange if the old versions of us were still left behind. But overall, I suppose my answer is yes. That would essentially be us assuming you copied everything over perfectly, which would probably be hard to do.
Thank you. Next. I'm so fucking grateful for these emails.
I understand that reference.
Hey all, Ryan here, sending an email to my guy and his group of ladies. Natsuki's best girl, no questions asked. Anywho, here's my question for you guys. What's your favorite game franchise made by Nintendo? Mine personally is Metroid. I'm a Pokemon fan myself. Hope that you all have a great day and see you soon. Not necessarily, but we'll still figure out some other way, I'm sure.
Well, this one's easy enough. Mine is Star Fox. Zelda, but I like all of them.
I'm with you, emailer. Metroid all the way.
I also like Metroid.
I was intrigued by the Kirby lore.
And there you have it, unless Miss Ida has an opinion.
I think Mario stuff is great, especially Luigi stuff.
The superior brother, yes! Agreed.
Base? Next.
There's one giant ship of Theseus metaphor? I guess no way. By the way, I do have one question for all of you. Did you have a favorite TV show? If so, what is it? From Anakin. Ida knows the way. She does. Maybe she's the new best girl.
I guess this is asking our favorite TV show ever. Difficult choice for me. Two very different shows. One is Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. I think that show's hilarious. And the other is probably Star Trek: The Next Generation. I love its characters and its overall hopeful message.
Cosmos, the old series presented by Carl Sagan. It's beautiful, although I'd give a close second to Mythbusters.
Ah, true classic there. Man, that's a tough call. I like a lot of shows. I don't know if it's my favorite, or even if people will know it, but maybe some of them out there have heard of Alice in Borderland?
Yes?
It's a live-action show based on a manga, and it's kind of like Squid Game, only way more intense and actiony and less of a societal critique. But yeah, shows like Mythbusters are always classics to me. There's actually one show that was a German show, which is why probably a lot of people will not know it, but that was also in something very fun, which is basically about stuff that you should never try out. Like, they do dumb shit that you might have intrusive thoughts about, and they actually test it out, which is really fun. It's called Nicht Nachmachen. Or I think the translation of it that they did for the English, I think the English translation of the show name they did was Never Ever Try This at Home. And I think it's pretty fun. Definitely a lot of fun. Like the time they went down into the boiler room of the house and put a lot of coffee powder into the in there, and then they went upstairs, and when they turned on the hot water, they got coffee on tap. And that was definitely an interesting experiment that they did. And the typical question of, is it good? It's coffee. Fun stuff. I liked that show. I think it only had 2 seasons, sadly, but it was fun. Anyway, back to this game. See, I can do small tangents too at times. Yeah, Star Trek Next Generation was a piece of my childhood. Holds up pretty well. That's so. Okay. Guess we all get to talk about some shows sometimes. It's really a crazy show. Lots of ups and downs. I recommend it.
Man, this is a tough question. There are so many good TV shows. Think I'll go with Kids in the Hall, at least today. Older show, but really funny.
Natsuki's right, this is hard. I'm going to say The Great British Bake Off. It's just so much fun and it's so positive.
I do appreciate baking content. What about you, Yuri? Don't tell me it's...
It's Knight Rider. I love the car from Knight Rider. Kid. He's such a polite and friendly car.
I have no idea where she picked up on Knight Rider, you guys, but yeah. She loves it, and I have no idea why. Anyway, next.
A lot of short ones this time. Okay, we're getting a lot of short ones in this part. I like that. For not Natsuki, but everyone else, what would your shows be called, and what would they be about?
Wait, why not me?
Probably because you already made Baking with Natsuki.
Oh, fair?
Doki Doki Literature Club, really, when you think about it, it has sort of been my show.
Explosions and other cool stuff. What a great show. I would watch it. I would watch Explosions and other cool stuff. Anyone else? Watch Knight Rider when I was in hospital because of my appendix. Is it fun? I was a kid. I was a kid too. I guess I am just out of the loop for not having watched Knight Rider then. Time until dementia breaks them. Yeah, I mean that's fair with most AI programs though.
It'd be me hosting a science show.
Man, this is hard. I'm not interesting enough to have a TV show. Actually, you know what? I've got it. It'd be a really meta deconstruction show. And the name of the show would be The Main Character.
I do appreciate meta deconstructions, deconstructivist media. So Yuri's Sunshine Corner! I have no idea what it would be about, but I know it would be fun to watch.
You know, I'm not really sure what I'd make a TV show about. Something like Masterpiece Theatre, where we look at adaptations of classic works of literature, but perhaps with fewer stuffy period dramas and more eclectic mix of genres instead, like horror and science fiction and fantasy.
Very fair.
Not sure what I would call it though, probably something stuffy and boring like great literature. I'll have to think about something more compelling than that. But that is definitely what I want the show to be.
Yes, thank you for your email, beloved fan.
Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. That is appreciated. We are slowly closing in on where I think I want to wrap things up. We'll see. We'll see how we feel. Gotta stay hydrated, indeed, especially when doing voices.
Even if they are kind of cringy.
Because I could never, in my lifetime, think of doing any other voices than cringy ones.
As I'm sure you all know, that cringe is the only thing I am capable of.
Anyway. Next! It gets kind of addictive when she keeps saying it like that.
Her voice is surprisingly addictive.
What do you mean, surprisingly?
How's it been after the incidents occurred? Sharko.
Well, pretty good, I guess. You've kind of seen most of it, so yeah. Same old. Another normal day in the simulation.
Very normal, Charco. Extremely normal. We are completely fine and nothing weird ever happens to us.
And there is no trauma in the literature club. So true.
Next!
Expecting the sequel series, let's collab. Nobody expects anything, I guess. Yeah, I think you know more about Knight Rider than me. I mean, I know about the guy with the talking car. I know I know what it's about generally. I just haven't watched it. So, hello there, Literature Club. I was wondering if any of you watch YouTube and what your favorite channels are. Also, how does it feel that now you have MC, Miss Ida aware of the simulation? Alright, that's all for now. Sincerely, TGRPS. I'm glad to see that Miss Ida's feeling better after that vacation. Also, Monica, you will always be my favorite, just so you know. Kind of went around his robot car and they solved crimes. Crime fighting vigilante, I guess.
Let's see what sort of already answered. Let's see, we sort of already answered the bit about the YouTube channels. I like Dune's Kitchen, MC is a Germa fan, Natsuki horribly trolled us by talking about Case cooking. Good times. I think I can say we are all very happy to have Miss Ida and MC aware. Sayori's particularly happy about MC. Honestly, for me, it seems weird that MC was ever not aware now. Feels like he's really part of the gang. Thanks, TGI, you're my favorite.
N to the E to the XT!
For Night Industries 2000. I did not even know what the acronym stood for. I knew it obviously would be an acronym, but still. Another one for Krella Deville. Don't worry, I am seriously joking, Monica. Honest to God that I am. Who would you rather be fused with into one character from the DDLC girls? Sayori, Natsuki, or Yuri? Why not MC? Or Miss Ida? Or anyone else?
I know you're just joking, but at some point it really might hurt her, you know? I know you just want see us as a video game, and I know Monica must seem very emotionally tough to you. But it's sad to see people even joke about her being evil. She's not. It's fine, Sayori, it's fine. I really don't mind it. If I had to be fused with someone, I guess of those choices it'd have to be Sayori. That would probably be the least disorienting. We've been friends for such a long time now. So yeah, there you go.
Next, boom, we are flying along.
Yes, a lot of short ones here. Kinda cop. Tsunatsuki and Yuri. Do you know about the Blood Brothers manga, and know as to who likes the Blood Brothers manga?
I've never heard of such a thing.
Me either, I think. Unless maybe you mean Black Blood Brothers? Maybe that's why you included Yuri?
Well, would that particularly include me?
Oh, it's kind of a supernatural vampires kind of manga. Emailer probably thought you'd like it. Anyway, but I know of it, but I've never read it. And sadly, since I am the only really big manga person here, that probably means no one knows about it. Should I read this? Is it good? Hit me up with your recommendation. And with that, next!
Next indeed. Hasselhoff had a rich fortune of his parents who ran Night Industries, which built the car. Okay. Getting some interesting lore on a series that I have never watched. I like it. Did it hurt when getting deleted in the base game?
Only a few of us have been deleted in the way you mean. Of all of us, MC has never been deleted, and Sayori and Yuri were both physically dead when they were deleted, so they wouldn't remember it. Natsuki?
Nah, I don't remember anything. I saw Yuri's body and then I ran screaming and puking and crying, and then the next thing I remember, I woke up and had a feeling like it was all a weird dream that I was still in. Which sort of turned out to be true, I guess.
That was also my experience. I was just there and then I wasn't. And then I was again, thanks to you guys. It also seemed to me like I was coming out of a dream when I popped back into existence. Like I had lost track of some time, but it was hard to tell how much.
Oh boy, here we go to get to the real stuff.
What about you, Monica?
Oh, it definitely hurt for her. She described it as such. The end of Act 4. True, at the end of Act 4 she got deleted while alive. But yeah, it definitely hurt for Monica. She definitely described it as such.
It was easily the most painful experience I've ever had. Whatever strange game thing happened that left my consciousness distributed throughout the game meant it was very lingering. First of all, it was extremely physically painful. My body was being physically destroyed when I was still conscious outside of it, but able to feel it. It was painful in a difficult to explain way too. Game stuff. Like I could feel myself being pulled apart, or the game trying to pull me apart. Not just my body, myself. And that's not pleasant at all, let me tell you. And finally, it was emotionally very painful. I felt very unloved, betrayed. By the only person I cared about at the time. Really by the only person I thought meaningfully existed as far as I was concerned. And that's not good for anyone's self-esteem. So yeah, not fun. Let's move on please, Natsuki, to avoid further mood ruining.
Yeah, you got it, Chief. And I'm sorry you have to have that happen to you.
It's okay, I'm sorry I deleted you.
I know. Alright, next.
Question for all of you. Do you have a favorite type of car brand? If so, what is it? From Anakin. Again, Anakin asking a lot of individual questions instead of a big session here.
Who has opinions on cars?
Not me.
Or me?
Likewise.
Too bad Kenzo isn't here. Well, I have car opinions, and Miss Ida, you probably do too. For myself, I'm definitely a fan of Toyotas. Specifically, I drive a Prius.
So on brand.
Yes, well, they're good cars, very reliable, they last a long time with proper maintenance. I've never had a serious problem with my Toyota. What about you, Miss Ida?
Well, really, I'm not that into cars. A car is a car, really.
Agreed.
As long as it gets me from point A to point B, I don't mind it too much. Right now I drive an older Nissan Versa, but I don't particularly have much of brand loyalty.
Right, there you go, Anakin. Don't murder too many younglings. Next.
I think it's a bit too late for that warning. I know I've sent a lot of questions, but I'm just curious. Do you watch YouTube? If so, do you have you heard of this tutorial channel called How to Basic, Anakin? We've had the YouTube spiel just a few seconds ago.
Oh wow, well I guess he's not murdering younglings because he's too busy sending emails.
Yeah, you sent a few in a row.
Yeah, we all watch YouTube, who doesn't? But I think I'm the How to Basic champion of the club. Love that guy. Definitely a very valuable and useful guide on many things.
Agreed. Like if you ever need help with anything, check out How to Basic. You will get all the tutorials you could ever need.
I think it's kind of sad how he wastes so much food.
Yeah, I guess that's true, but it's super entertaining. I mean, he brings happiness to so many people. So, anyway, yeah, I enjoy him, Anakin. Now get out there and...
The next one is also from him.
Do you all know the game called Angry Birds? Is it a fun game to play, Anakin? Pizza, perfect combo. You made a pizza? I already talked earlier about how I'm getting hungry by seeing stuff. Oh no, hide the younglings. There is no hiding them. I talked earlier when they showed pictures of food how I was getting hungry, and now you bring up a pizza? How could you do this to me? How could you? I feel betrayed. Anyway, enough about my betrayal. I must resist. Again, we're at the 4-hour mark, so I will slowly wrap things up for the day. We'll see if I do like 2-3 emails, we'll see. Top 10 worst anime betrayals, indeed. Retelling the DDLC story in a top loader cover? What? Is that something I should... What? How dare you?
Man. Is the next one also from him?
Yes, but then that's the last one.
You know, you can like write stuff in the actual text field of an email, right? You don't have to put everything in the subject line.
I like Angry Birds. Not super deep or anything, but it's a lot of fun.
I've never played it myself, but it looks fun enough when Sayori plays it. Just not my style of game, really.
I've played a little of it. It's a super casual game. Like MC said, it's not going to scratch your hardcore gaming itch or anything, but it's fun as far as it goes. Alright, let's see a last bit.
For Natsuki, please don't get annoyed. Why don't you like being called cute? What is this magic? Enchantment table language, you might say. Are you reading that crazy comment? It is just experience. A lot of experience. I don't know, how long have you been here? You've been here for a long time at this point. And you've basically been writing in foreign script like this since day one. So, yeah. See, rerun? Ah, okay, I see.
As I have explained before, Natsuki does not like being called cute because she views it as a lessening. She is many things. She is intelligent, courageous, talented, and yes, also cute, but when people only ever describe her as cute, it oversimplifies her in a way she detests. It is a diminution of her, and goodness knows, the last thing she needs already is diminution.
Stuff. Help. I know what that means, Yuri. Okay, that was the last Anakin one?
Yes.
You've really been here for 3 years already. That is quite a bit. And again, that means I have about 3 years of experience reading this text. So, that's why I can kind of read it decently now. Jam about her height at the end. What? Short jokes? With Natsuki? They would never.
Alright, next.
Okay, this is a weird one, but it's something I've always wondered. During the base game, there's a chance that Natsuki will say, Willis, sailcloth, blindsided, lifeline, Alan, faultlessly offered, Sklarmalakia, Nate, Catholicate with a weird mouth. Yes, that wonderful line. First of all, what did that look like from everyone's point of view? Did the weird mouth she had look strange to anyone? Did it feel strange to have? Second, do you have any idea what that means or where those words come from? They seem random, but who made her say them? Monica or the game? And third, how about Yuri's final poem? The stained one with similar words written in chicken scratch. Do you think that's connected? What about the weird passage about a third eye at the end?
I certainly didn't make her say those things.
And I remember seeing many of the glitches, but thinking nothing of them.
Yes, it's like how the game made us regard the time loop as normal. We would also see the glitches as normal. But yes, I did not have her say those words. I have to assume that they got in there due to the game data being corrupted. Same thing with Yuri's poem also, although there you also perhaps have to deal with whatever Third Eye Libitina backstory thing is smuggled in there also. And as I think I've said before, as I think we've said before, we really do have no idea what's going on with that, if anything.
I hope it's nothing, especially since I'm apparently the focus of it.
I'm sure it's nothing, babe, and like really nothing. Not like a funny, oh, I'm sure it's nothing when, and where then it circle wipes you to being a demon or something. Anyway, next,
and this next one might be the final one for the day, I think. I'm special and will strive with every bone in my body to be so. And that is your right. Seemingly random words, actually some kind of cipher that no one has ever solved. I mean, it could be like that. Dan Silvano is the type to put secrets in a lot of things.
Anyway, next.
Man, I'm taking this later than usual, mostly because I have been busy. I can now definitely go with Miss Ida when it comes to the whole stressful working thing. I also don't have a lot to ask in terms of questions, so here's a general one. Has anyone in the club watched The Owl House? I came home to my sister watching while she was wrapping presents a while back and just sort of stuck around for the second half of the first season. I recently got back into it thanks to the second season airing as of writing this. Gotta love that amazing writing and dialogue. For those who have watched it, who's everyone's favorite character? It's hard to pick a favorite, but Hootie always has an aura of being random, not chaotic, just random. Oh yeah, a lot of us have watched The Owl House. Natsuki, have you and Yuri watched it?
Nah, not really either of our things.
And Miss Ida, have you?
I have not.
Well, I know me and Yuri and Monica have. It's a really fantastic show. It's super well written and has really engaging characters. Just kind of a shame Disney cut it short, huh? Well, Disney isn't exactly known for making good decisions. Anyway, while I love Hootie, he'd definitely be Natsuki's favorite character.
Is that an insult?
Nah, you take it as a compliment if you'd seen the show. Point. I was feeling burned out in my stream too. Huh. Well, funny how that works out. But yeah, I've been going for over 4 hours now. I think it's time. Again, usual stream length of 3 hours. I've definitely give people more, a little bit more now. Just for this, because it has to be. If we ever want to get through this amazing mod. It is amazing, but it's long. Making Mega Man Maker level. Imagine. I mean, he's made a lot of things, okay? I wouldn't put it past him to make a Mega Man level.
Very well, proceed.
My favorite character is Amity, although I really also like her dad, Alador. She's really gruff and even mean at first, but she's a very, very good person deep down. And she has the best character arc, I think, of anyone in the show.
I really like Liz. She's a well-named character. No matter what happens, Liz does a great job staying as positive as she can and keeping the up spirits of the people around her. And she never gives up. Like I said, the name is very appropriate.
My favorite character, perhaps unsurprisingly, is Ada. I see a lot of myself in Ada, although I'm not quite her age, obviously, but I vibe with her, you might say.
Cringe, Boomer using Zoomer terms, Monica being blatantly extra.
For real.
Oh no! She's leading into the pit! Stop her!
But really, I love Ada. She's wise and fearless and cares about what's really important. Thanks for the question.
Next will be next week, because oh my god, there's so many emails. How do people write this many emails? I say, but I am also included in the people writing emails. So, yeah. But yeah, that was... Whew. Next week is gonna be another purely email-based stream. And the week after that, finishing off the emails and doing the other extra stuff we're missing. We should have time to finish this in 2 more streams. Pretty sure 2 more streams will be plenty. Well, depends on how long the other bonus content is. But I've heard good things about it. How so many emails were about fandoms I'm not familiar with, so everything was going over my head. I can relate to that as well, sadly. So much going over my head. I can't even speak. I am tired. Beat his Mario I will not beat his Mario Maker levels. I don't think I am qualified to attempt. Anyway. Let's hit the big old quit button for the day. And rate someone. Huh. Not a very streamer active day today. Of the usual suspects. None of the usual suspects are live, so I think... Let's check the DDLC category, in fact. Oh, wow. I don't think I've ever seen this many people streaming DDLC at the same time. At least not in a long time. Like in recent days. Like there's so many more streams live right now than I'm used to. We could also raid Ajarazan again. Yes, true. We could do that. Hope you have a good night. Wait. Alright. Hang on. Oh, playing Genshin. You know what? That's fair. But if she's playing the... If she's playing the thing... If she's playing the new event, then I can't watch it, you know? Because I don't want to spoil myself on the event. And I'm sure if she's playing the game right now, she's probably doing the event. So if I raid here, then I'd have to, you know, kind of dip immediately after the raid. No, actually, she's doing the story quest. Yeah, okay, the new story quest is fine. I can handle the new story quest. That I can watch. Alright, okay, I guess we've decided then. Alright. We'll do this raid. I'm happy with it. Alright, we'll continue the emails next week. If you're ready for more emails, come back next week. Other than that, I will also be doing a Genshin stream myself tomorrow, so be sure to stick around for this Genshin stream. And that way you can decide if this game is something you like, if you're not already sure if it's something you like, and then you can visit me tomorrow as I play this game. Anyway, see you all around, have a good one. I am tired. Bye-bye. And of course, if you're watching this after it's been uploaded to YouTube as a VOD, your support has also been greatly appreciated. And you know, if you do want to support me by checking out the stream live, you can do so by checking the description down below, where I will have a link to my Twitch, where I stream every Friday and Saturday. Who knows, maybe I'll be doing DDLC again by the time this VOD goes up. It's always a matter of time before that game comes back. In any event, see you around, have a good one, and bye-bye.